how's it going? We're back, City Skylines. Today, as the title suggests, we're going to be building out an industrial harbor. This is something I have no idea how I'm going to do, so I thought it'd be great to do it on a stream as you guys can give me ideas and feedback. But also, just to take a look at the current situation, so this is continuing on obviously from my Let's Play series that's going on right now. It's just right where we left off at the previous episode, which was bringing the metro overground. So if you just come off of watching the series, you'll remember we placed in this metro line that comes overground now into a metro station. And that's basically where we left off. So we're ripe for building out this area now because a lot of people had said, oh, you know, it'd be good to link that metro over to the workplaces here somewhere and somehow connect it to the train station. I haven't actually checked, but maybe if there's some sort of building where they can automatically transfer one of those hub buildings, that'd be good, between a metro and a train. We could have a look at that. And welcome, hello. Hey, Tim. City looks beautiful. Thank you, Bart. Jogo Lobo. Hello. I missed the Twitch rants about loving... Oh, yeah, but loving... Thanks for that, Ryan. I missed the Twitch rants, too. I sometimes just rant to myself now. I'm not even joking, actually. Just yesterday I did. Just talked out loud for a while. Excited to finally catch a stream. Thanks, Gold Gaming and Zin. Hey, it's good to see you again. First time catching a YouTube stream since the fall of the Twitch era. Yeah, it's been a while. I actually haven't even streamed on here on YouTube in a few weeks, so I want to get much more consistent with it. I always want to improve consistency. It's harder than it sounds, especially with creative games when you don't necessarily know how long it's going to take to do something. It's difficult to plan things out. Anyways, just before we get into things, I'd noticed if we get to 42,000 population, which we're well on the way to doing, we're 700 away. We're gaining 700 a week right now. We actually unlock a building called the Cargo Hub. We have the Harbour Bus Hub, Harbour Bus Monorail Hub, Harbour Ferry Hub. So a lot of stuff to do with what we're going to be doing, right? You know, potentially stuff to do with the harbour and ferries and naval, if you want to think of it that way. So I think what we'll do is just wait till our population gets to 42,000, which shouldn't take too long, or if it stops just beforehand, which sometimes it does, maybe we'll just place 1 or 2 buildings or something and just help it along, as it were. And then once that's done, we can kind of think about how we're going to expand this area. Maybe just keep an eye on the current situation. Traffic, obviously a big concern. I actually watched it recently that some of the earliest episodes I had, when the roads were completely green, we were only at 81%. So I'm actually not feeling as bad anymore about my 74, 75 kind of range. Because things are generally flowing, we just have heavy usage in certain places. But nothing's getting backed up anymore. We've solved all that for a while now. Are you going to put a nuclear power plant in the city somewhere in the future? Yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't plan ahead that much. I did think I would at some point, yeah. So we're just about to unlock it, actually. So I haven't even really been able to look at it. Some people have asked me to do stuff with a potential airport, and I realized, like, I haven't unlocked that either. We don't get an airport until I get to 60,000, so... once I know that it's a few milestones away, I kind of just don't really think about it. I'm like, okay, once I get it, then I can see the size of the building and start to think where it can go. Because I actually just don't know, you know? I'm not that familiar with the game. I'm a latecomer too. I mean, I did play it in the past, but I never actually got past about 30,000 population of the vanilla game. And now we're obviously way past that. We're in the, what I would kind of consider a bit of a hard mode playing with the realistic population mod. It definitely changes things a lot. So, yeah, it's all sort of new territory to me. It's basically what I'm getting at. So once I unlock a milestone, then I'm kind of good to go, okay, let me see the sizes of the different buildings and start planning, like, where things are going to go. I have general ideas about what's going to go here. Certain things that I definitely like to do coming up in the future. I want to kind of experience everything this game has to offer before the new one comes out. So, the campus DLC, you know, we made a university over here. And then I made a kind of a custom campus, as it were, you know, just like some sports facilities and things like that. That's what we did on the previous stream. But an actual campus DLC stuff would be cool. I've never used any of it. So probably going to build a second university, you know, somewhere over here in the future to handle all these extra people. And then really explore that DLC. The airport DLC, we're going to check that out. The pedestrian area as well. I was thinking maybe a pedestrian area somewhere nearby the central station would be good. To lower the amount of traffic in that area. So yeah, there's still lots of different things I want to kind of play around with. Also, I'm going to build a little nature trail that goes up here and sort of have almost a nature reserve, little mini park, or a hiking trail, I guess you could think of it, in the cabin, one of those hotel cabins up there, or maybe a few. Alright, so basically, just for anyone who's just joined, I'm waiting on my population just to get to 42,000. We're really close, although the number's getting a little lower. I don't know if we'll hit it. We're 200 away. And once that happens, I unlock something and we can build out the industrial harbor. But to talk about what we're planning on doing anyway. So we have oil out here, and this is where we set up an oil industry a while ago. So we have generic industry here. Right, so this is all generic industry. Then there's specialized oil industry, and then there's, of course, the DLC specific buildings for refinement of different materials and goods. Oh yeah, and then we have our crazy broken road. I don't know if people have seen that. That's just over there. So the plan is to... I'm pretty much going to get rid of all this and just start from scratch and think of how we're going to design out a cool looking industrial harbor, have maybe 1 or 2 offshore drilling rigs. Which we've unlocked because we've leveled up the industry to level 5 now. So if we choose this one, I think, offshore drilling platform, it has to snap to the coast, and then it kind of looks for oil that it can build a rig at. So we'll do that in a couple places, maybe 1, 2, or possibly 3. We have lots of oil coming into this place. We'll have to do the permanent resources as well, probably in the future, so they don't keep going away. Build a few dedicated oil rigs, nothing crazy. I'm not trying to like game it for money or anything. Build a few dedicated oil extraction, what are they called? Drilling rings, yeah. Build a few of those, have some refinement economy, and then add some regular industry. Bake it in with some train station / metro station, maybe a ferry stop, and then some cargo terminals for the stuff to come in via the ocean. So that's the plan. That's what I'm hoping to do today. It's going to be very experimental. What happened to Satisfactory? I'm still planning on covering it. It's good to know that the Coffee Stain guys are actually back in the office, I think, today, or they're starting up content again. In fact, I think they actually just started streaming right now. And hello to anyone. Sorry if I've missed anybody in chat there. But yeah, anyway, so I'm working on stuff in Satisfactory. It just takes a really, really long time. And I'm working on stuff in Anno 1800, which takes a really long time. The Anno series is finally coming to an end. So it's like this final 1 or 2 episodes that's just taking me a really, really long amount of time. And then this series was viewing really well, so I didn't want to, like, neglect it, so I wanted to keep doing stuff for it. So basically my priorities have shifted over to this because it's doing much better than Satisfactory was. I still love Satisfactory, and I plan on doing future series in that game as time moves forward. But I'm also stuck in a rut because update 8 doesn't work for me. So I'm also kind of waiting for some fixes for that from Coffee Stain. So it's a long while to go without it, I guess, but it will be back. Oh my god, we're losing people now. What the hell happened? Damn, we were so close. It went to like 41.9. Hey, Sammy. A campus looks really nice in my opinion, but it's hard to level it. Yeah, I've actually never played with that DLC. So I have no idea even how it works. Same with the airport. Those 2, and Pedestrian Area. Those 3, never played around with. And Hotels was new. But apart from that, I'd played everything before, to some capacity. Actually, I never played with the Financial Investment DLC either. So yeah, I guess actually there's a lot of stuff. But Mass Transit, those kind of things, I'd played at those before, After Dark. What happened to Mountain Blade 2? Well, I only did like 3 or 4 episodes in that, and I posted... So, if you're ever wondering, hey, why didn't a series continue? Check the community tab. I always let people know if a series ends or whatever. But that series just did really bad. Just didn't perform very well, so I just stopped it. And I just said to people, well, it just didn't view very well at the end of the day. So yeah, would love to continue it. I love the game, but can only do it if people, like, you know, a certain amount of people are there to watch. Alright, so we need to get this number back up to 42,000. Let's see what we can do to do that. I could just zone a small area as residential, let people move in. And maybe then just hit that number and bounce. Oh, I know, actually. So there's been a problem lately to do with too many deaths. I feel like if I just build a graveyard super quick, some of these houses will be happy, and they should upgrade themselves as well, giving more capacity for more people to move in. Yeah, but basically the issue is that this one over here is really close to filling up, so I'm just going to tell that one to empty for a moment. We got people leveling up over here and moving in as well. This one's going from what? I can't see how many households, but it's definitely getting taller. The same people should stay in there, but we should have capacity for more. Wow, yeah, so it's going up to 64. So from 29 to 64 households. So I'm sure the population will grow. It'll just take a few minutes. Hey, Jerry. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Yeah, thank you for asking. Good to know that campus takes up a lot of space. Yeah, so I will play around with that before I start working on it. But that's why I thought, like, this is a big open area here. I feel like somewhere. So here's a little ideas I've been having for this area. So I was thinking of, there's like the expo center, there's stadiums, things that can actually run events. I'd like to have that somewhere near the central station. I was kind of thinking in this location. Oh, I can't actually even draw a box. I think you could draw a box. But yeah, about here. So pretty grid-like area, but like an expo center, maybe some sort of stadium. People say like it brings a lot of traffic into the city, so I think having it as close to the station and this kind of 6-lane road that we have, or 7 lanes actually, would be a great idea if we're going to do it at all. Either that or maybe somewhere on this side, but yeah, haven't fully worked it out. So I'd like this, I have this general idea for a pedestrian area with lots of great transport options, as well as like the expo center, some sort of like, yeah, concert halls, those sort of things. So yeah, Darcy, thank you so much for the super chat. This is part of my weekly money. You deserve it. Also, hey, appreciate that. He says, keep up the great work, or they say. Darcy can be a name for a boy or a girl, so I didn't want to misgender you, basically. Am I going to build a golf course? I never thought of it, actually. No one's ever actually suggested that, and I've never seen one in the game. Some people have been asking me to build a zoo, though. So I'm waiting on this population to come back up. We just had a weird collapse of 300 people. I don't know why. No buildings are getting any worse or falling to disrepair, so I'm not really sure why that would happen. There's some noise pollution here, though, it seems. Wonder what specifically is given... Oh, the metro station there, I guess. Oh, it's gone now. Yeah, okay, well, to speed it up, I might have to just zone someplace. Uh-oh, getting traffic all over the place now. That's just because of this. They're waiting on this thing to go by. Oh, they're all getting out here. Weird. Or a lot of them are. That is so bizarre. I play this a lot in between episodes. Never seen that before, where they just all get bunched up here. Yeah, unusual. I don't know if I've given them the road restrictions actually on this road to say, like, don't... Oh, no, they don't have it. That could be why. To tell them not to use the taxi lane, because they shouldn't be in there. Yeah, because that should solve that. When we've done that, oh yeah, it's on this road, but for some reason it wasn't on that one. That'll smooth it out over time. What are we up to now? 41.5, gaining 11. Alright, we have to zone just a little pocket, even almost temporarily. Probably just this little bit could be residential. And let some people move in there. We can always get rid of it later. This is supposed to be like the financial district. There's demand for people to move in. There we go. Hopefully that'll push us over the edge. So when we get to 42,000, then I can see the sizes of all the different buildings I need to play with. And we can have a look at the cargo hub. So a cargo harbor that accepts train traffic. Cargo hub combines the functionality of a harbor and terminal. There's also a slight synergy bonus for close proximity to both facilities and reduced traffic between the two. So that just seems perfect because we do have a train station here. We're obviously right next to the coast, so having a building that's dedicated to those two seems perfect. Now, I'm not aware, but is there a train to metro? What if I type both? Elevated train station, cargo train terminal. Train to metro hub. That seems like that's what we need. If we want to combine these two lines somewhere, that's what we're going to need. Damn, what is going on with my population? It's just falling. This never happens. It just always grows. I'd love to see where are people moving out, because all the buildings seem fine. Some dead people in there. That's commerce. Yeah, am I blind? I don't see anything that would be indicative of people moving out. Should just be people moving in. Weird. Anyways, the amusement parks are really fun. Try one near the train station. Yeah, that's what. So again, I think somewhere around the central station, like a pedestrian area, maybe even the campus, an expo center, and an amusement center. So when I say expo center, I mean like it could be a stadium or it could be the expo center that runs events, something like that. Things that are going to periodically bring heavy amounts of traffic in, I feel like should be near this central station or near like this main 6-lane road. And then we could have it like cutting across this way too or something in the future. Yeah, population is just falling. Really weird. Never had that happen before, especially when there's high demand still for it. So I don't know, maybe we just had a death wave or something. Sorry about that, but I guess we'll just have a chat and wait until we get that number up. I thought like, oh, perfect time to start the stream. We're right there, you know, we're 200 off. And now it's just like falling and falling. Really no idea why. I don't know if there's a way you can see why. What's the job situation like? Yeah, it's 1% unemployment. Pretty good. Maybe there's not enough jobs actually for people to move in. That could be it. Actually, that probably is it. All right, I'll tell you what then. Do 6. Go to there with some extra offices. See if we can give some people new jobs. We need an Anno stream. Yeah, my best performing stream ever was Anno, and I only ever did it once. But my Anno series is ending. So there's not really much to stream for the game. I've been working behind the scenes on it. And in the New World specifically, building up that New World area. I think it looks great. I'm really happy with how it's coming along. It's just taking a very long time. So I look forward. The next episode is just going to be a long, super long time lapse. Yeah, something strange going on. There's also... I've never seen this before where I put this down and it just doesn't immediately grow. Very bizarre. This might have to be removed in the future, but I'm just going to add extra residences here. These are all going to be offices and financial stuff. I'm just trying to get this number back up to 42,000. We're after losing 600 since starting the stream. Don't know why. Haven't seen sickness, haven't seen people moving out really. Don't know. How's traffic? Is there some places not getting their stuff? No, it's okay. I'll turn that music down just a slight bit. Anyways, hey Sanjay. Yesterday my population kept dropping. Almost 2,000 people left. No idea why. Yeah, I've just never had it. Strange. I don't mind too much. Obviously, it's fine. But we're after losing, yeah, quite a bit. Still losing people. I've never had that before, so it's just very weird. There's jobs aplenty. So really odd. I'll tell you what, we could make more low... I just needed to get to 42,000. I don't care if it falls after that. So I'll just put these back. We got rid of them just recently. There they go. So some low education jobs, hopefully. Maybe that'll attract more people to come back in. It could be simply... My guess is that they can't find work. Because unemployment is at 1%. That means that everyone here has... Oh, actually, no. That's the opposite problem then, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Pretty much everyone has a job. So opening up more jobs might encourage more people to come. It's like, oh, well, this place has lots of jobs. So that should already be the case if unemployment is so low. Let's see. 20,000 adults. Wonder is it just our senior population are dying off or anything? Don't know. Doesn't look like it. Seniors are getting bigger. And I just set up new residences. So all these houses are new, right? These are new people. These are new jobs. So we'll just have to speed up time and see if they get filled. Don't mind the idea of having some a residential buffer here, but I was worried about noise from across the street. Alright, well, we'll let them level up. Maybe child healthcare to boost. I think it would take too long, but I do actually have child healthcare. So just to show you, this is the current, you know, zoning situation. If you want to see health-wise where childcare is positioned. Oh, I'm silly actually. You're right. There is no childcare. I'm thinking of what the hell am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of just the health facilities like the sports hall and the community pool. Yeah, it's a good point actually. There is no childcare. That's yeah, that's weird because I did put it in other places in the city. I put it in Thornton and Butler, But I suppose these guys could probably do with having a child healthcare center. I remember thinking about that there might be good. What's the kind of radius on this? Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Yeah, because people are complaining too many car parks. So I was thinking get rid of this one. Child healthcare center across from the high school. I dare say, why not? It's going to destroy that pathway. So maybe we could just move that over. Alright, let's try that then. Damn, it's still just slightly in the way of it. I just don't want to have to redraw it completely. Just do that for a second. Alright. I was expecting some smiley faces and we didn't get any. I can bring that back in. How do I select this without selecting the... There we go. Okay, Child Healthcare Center, there she is. So that should give coverage to all the residential here and all the residential there. It increases birth rates, right? So... Let's see. Small healthcare facility increases birth rate within the building's radius and offers health services to children and teens, causing a health benefit. Alright, good. Hey, Darcy again. Dropping the $2 super chat as well. Appreciate that. Thank you. No message this time. Hopefully that pops up on the screen. It should do. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it converts it to US. You could also rezone small areas like your city center in Victoria Square to high density. They'll level up faster because the desirability is already high. Down here, yeah, I don't want to do high density down here. I just think this should always be like the suburbs, you know? I don't know, it's just a aesthetic choice for me. It's like, this is the suburbs, the small town, and then this is the big city. And the big city is going to go on all out here. At least that's the plan, so. You should let your financial district's building level up by untagging historical buildings for them. No. I've tagged historical buildings so they don't go any further. Some of them already... Yeah, I don't want them to get any bigger. Because I'm using realistic population mod. So what ends up happening, and you'll see it now, we're not going to be able to fill these. 44 out of 141. And you're telling me you want them to go even bigger. I've already made a mistake by letting them go this big. They're going to fall to disrepair. Because they're not going to be able to fill them. It's too many people. Or not enough people, sorry. They want too many people. Because using realistic population, we're going to get some buildings that are going to be, let's see, like this one, 500 workers. So unless I have 500 workers ready to go, there's no point doing that. So I'm keeping them low down for a while until we build up loads more residential, and then we can let them build up in future. Otherwise, they're just going to collapse. Like you said, unemployment's at 1%, so it's not like there's tons of people looking for these jobs anyway. And we're sort of capped by how many people can even churn out of the university right now, which is about 3,000. When we build more residential here, and we have a second university, then we'll probably have enough to supply large, dense office blocks. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a fine suggestion, but I just think for the circumstances that we find ourselves in, obviously it doesn't quite make sense. So we have to actually destroy that building. Probably destroy this one as well. We cap these ones. They're not too big. Although they all look the same, which is unfortunate. So let them regrow, but I'll just cap them so they don't get any bigger. What are we up to now? We're back. We're climbing again slightly. Do offices fulfill the commercial want? No. Offices don't do that. So basically the way it works is industries, regular yellow industry, and also the DLC industry, so things that refine products. Right, so this makes stuff into plastics, and then there's a factory here that will make plastic products. When you have this diamond symbol, that basically means it's commercial goods, right? So these goods can go to commercial areas, and that's often where they go. So they'll either go into a warehouse, like a cargo terminal or something, and they get shipped off the map, or they actually go straight to your own, usually high-density commercial zones. They'll be the ones pulling goods in from your various factories and things, or from off the map, right? If you don't have any factories, they get them from the highway. So offices, I don't think actually make any goods. I think they just provide jobs and higher taxes. But I don't think they make anything. So what's made in offices don't go into commerce, as far as I know. It's just the regular industry that does that. Alright, what are we up to now? Still 4090, or 4950. Alright, we're back over 41. Good to see. So, the limiting factor in these buildings leveling up, the houses, is actually education. So, they just take a while. You know, again, using realistic population, time moves slower. So, we have to wait for the people in here to A, move in, and B, get educated so that then it can level up to make better, bigger buildings to allow more people to move in, and so on and so forth. But having that child healthcare center should, it's over time, provide more birth rates to offset some of the death rates, and keep these buildings more full. 65 out of 66. Highly educated, 154. Yeah, there's actually not many seniors, but you can see some of them are actually still leveling up, so this building's about to get even bigger. This one was just placed down not too long ago. So that's only filling up now as well. So I think we'll get there. We're on the track to gaining again. We'll just let time play. Now I was emptying that out. I might stop that just now because we're probably going to get a few too many deaths over there. Oh, I already did. Okay, good. If anyone wants to see anything, or maybe we could follow a few people driving around down on the low level instead of staying up so high all the time, but just while I'm waiting here. So basically, if you've just joined, just to reiterate, the plan is to build out an industrial harbor. I was on 41,800 population, and I needed 200 more people to get the harbor built, to unlock some of the stuff that we need for the harbor, sorry, like the cargo hub. But for whatever reason, the population just collapsed. I don't know why. We lost about 1,000 people. Now it's coming back, so I'm not too worried about it, but it's just, that's what we're waiting for, just for anyone wondering. I have a huge problem with Unified UI mod. Can anyone help? I might be able to. I mean, I doubt I will, but I could try. You can tell us your problem and see if anyone helps. Make a temporary grid for residential. Yeah, so I just did do that. But like I said, it takes a while for them to fill in. Wow, it's a big building. 1,400 workers. Again, this one looks ridiculous. Cool building, but it's not what I want. Lock that one. Damn, I just made it historical and it's changing anyway. You can do that policy that actually says like no high rises, but I don't want to do that. 586 workers. Let's just lock that as it is. That building actually looks really cool. I've seen it before with the stripes going down it, I think. Oh no? Oh yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, cool. We'll leave that as it is. That's fine now to give people more and more jobs. I would even say just get rid of the zoning on that now. I deleted those ones. Whoops. Oh well, that's fine. I don't really care. The 500 jobs is more than enough. So we'll just leave this building as is. It actually looks nice as well. So we'll leave that as is for a long time, hopefully. And let them fill up. 122 out of 586. If they don't get more than half their jobs filled, the building becomes abandoned. Which is why I'm deleting the other ones. Because it's like, well, I actually like this one. I want to keep it there. Using various mods, you can obviously just pick a building and put it down. But I'm doing it the absolute chaotic way. Which is, usually I wait till the population gets particularly high. And then I just build a certain area. Alright, what are we at now? 41,200. Alright, gonna have to zone a bit more aggressively then. Oh, it's probably going to be temporary, whatever I zone, because I just haven't thought it through. I didn't think I'd need to be zoning anything residential. I thought we had more than enough. Okay, let's just do that. Just smash some high-density residential in here. Hope we hit that number, and then I can just delete it afterwards, because I just need to hit the number to get the building, and then we're good. Alright, there they go. Are your hotels doing any better now that the area is more built up? Thanks for the recap, just came in, no problem. Yeah, let's have a look. So if we just select one of our hotels, we can kind of see what the situation is with them. So the average popularity is 77. Can we filter by popularity? Yeah. So our worst performing hotels are these two all the way down in Franklin Heights, I believe. It's kind of hard to see, but this is Franklin Heights, the first commercial center ever built, so it's only on 60. It doesn't have any, it has very little filling of the demand for business. There is one office across from it. I guess that's probably why. It's just probably not enough. Not that it's a big problem. Overall, the hotels are actually doing pretty well. I just need to put more down. We're actually only $50 short of getting the next tier unlocked. So I suppose if I just did something really quickly here, maybe just try to fulfill that demand for office space a little further. That'll probably give them the little extra they need. It's giving us a bit more money, hopefully. Because shopping has stayed the same. And there's probably hotels I'm not even charging the full amount I could be at. Let's see. So these are the ones that are 90. As long as their ticket prices are maxed out, that's good. Yep, they're all maxed out. This one's not. After losing some money though now. The rating is 70. Might be able to get away with charging more. We'll see. Alright, population 41,600. Right, we're gaining now since everyone's moving in down here. Although there's very little demand for any of these guys because there's just no jobs for them. Because they're not educated enough for these ones. Although this is actually almost full now. 412 out of 586, but it's mostly highly educated people who need to work there. Something, a bit of a problem I do have is out here on the farm industry. We've got way too many highly educated people. So 700 people are working here that are highly educated. When really, we need less of them and more of the uneducated. So what would be ideal is now that we've just set up a new district, they're all going to be low education. It'd be great if they took all those jobs. And these guys take all the office jobs. I don't know if I can force that to happen. Can I? Is there any way to make that happen? It's like they've taken those... I guess you could turn off the building, maybe. Would that like, completely fire everybody? I don't know. I almost want them to re-find jobs, if that makes sense. What's going on here? I think this bugged out. Hey, we did it, finally. Alright, that's all I needed to do. I can delete all that stuff now. Cargo hub is what I wanted, and we can experiment and play around with that. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. The trams get bugged sometimes, and that causes traffic delays. Alright, so I'm just going to de-zone this, because it was just temporary anyway, so we don't need it there. Because we're about to delete a bunch of industry, because we are redoing it. Sorry about that, guys. It was all a scam. Alright, good. Don't worry about those guys. It's the industry set at 4.0. Industry policy, industry 4.0. All industrial workplaces are for well and highly educated citizens. Well, it doesn't have that policy on right now, but that is what's happening. Just because the reason that happened, and that we took on highly educated workers, because at the time when we built this place, we didn't have any low educated or uneducated. We only had available highly educated. And there's actually jobs available there as well. Anyway, alright, so today, now we can finally get started on what we're doing, which is building out an industrial oil harbor. So what I mentioned before is that I want it to be, well, it doesn't have to just be oil, it's going to be general industry as well. But I'm probably going to remove all this stuff. So we've got a clothing factory and a household plastic factory. I might move that somewhere while we just work to build on things. Just do that, whatever. And just move this building over here for now. We'll figure out where they go later. Okay. Let's get that oil, indeed. Yeah, so Shoreline is the name of our oil industry. And it's leveled up. It's doing great. Because it's level 5, now we have access to all the buildings that we need. Or we could ever want. Including the offshore drilling rig. So I'd like to have one of these somewhere here. And maybe another one a bit further along. And maybe a third one. So maybe 3 in total. Now these are coastal buildings. So we'll have to have a look at how that's all going to shake out as well. So we're just going to start from scratch, right? There's a big redevelopment of this area. These are all going to go. And we'll de-zone this whole place, collapse the economy completely. And then remove all these roads. Now the train line can stay where it is, and the outer roads and stuff, that'll probably stay where it is. We're just going to be focusing on this area specifically. Oh yes, I totally forgot about this. Our advanced inland water treatment plants are here. I forgot about those. And there's 3 different types of them. Totally forgot about that. Are you gonna make an order oil rig? I don't know what you mean. Did the crossing traffic light thing work? For the most part, yeah, traffic got way better when I... So obviously we just saw a glitch just there that got backed up. But traffic did get way better when we removed when we made traffic lights that were specific for the crossings. And then I made lane connections to make traffic flow a bit better. Things have gotten backed up right now because for some reason a couple of these trams are getting bugged out. I don't know why. They're stopping short of the stop. I'm not sure why that is again. I think they're kind of getting bunched up on each other here now as well. Actually, someone mentioned something there a while ago and I fixed it, but now it's getting broken again. I don't know why. Right, so let's just give them their connection. Okay. They should be fine, although they don't have a road connection, I guess. Give them a temporary one down here. Huh. I can't seem to connect onto that. You normally can. Oh, nothing ever goes smoothly on these streams. Alright, there we go. Whatever. Just need to keep those buildings alive while I'm doing all this other stuff. That's all. Is that okay now? What's your problem? Water pipe not connected. Oh, you have to connect it specifically into the buildings, do you? Yeah. Alright, there we go. Okay. Where's the power plant? Seems to be disconnected. No, everything's connected, don't worry. That was just disconnected. Power is made down here, largely. It'll go away now in a second. Everything's back hooked up. See? Alright. Keep working out here. Didn't realize there'd be so much to... Oh, sorry, you are right. There is a power plant here. There's actually 2. You're dead right. I totally forgot about that. It's because my coal power is done a different place. Oil power is done up here indeed. But we'll delete everything else then. That, whoa, nearly destroyed the oil industry main building, which would have been a disaster. We'll leave that where it is then for a moment. Alright, so now we can just delete the remnants of these last little buildings, and then we've got a blank canvas to work with. God, there's so many. Okay. Now we just clear the power lines. And then it's properly done. Now this texture on the ground here, this is actually beach. I think it doesn't look like beach to me. It's more gravelly. But I guess it just, that's what our coastline's going to have to look like. Using this particular texture pack. Yeah, I forgot I made some custom little areas. Okay, is that it? I think that might be it, pretty much. Just have to figure out how we're going to do the trains and stuff, so that's what the ferry terminal is going to be, and we can reshape the coast even a little bit if we need to. The district painter, just going to paint out the industrial district just over here. Grab this,
bring that over there as well. Alright, there we go. So the surface painter, I'll just make this tool really big and just get rid of the custom paint job that I'd done. Alright, good. Are you going to make an oil rig in this stream? Yes, just talked about that. A direct underground highway connection to the new industrial area would be wise to build, helping stop the traffic going around the whole of the city boundaries. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so adverse to it, but I just try to think practically. Like, does that exist in the real world? Would someone build an underground underneath a river? You know, I just don't know if that would really be a thing. It just seems like way too big of a... Think of how many billions of dollars that would be. One thing I'd love to see in like City Skylines 2, and I don't think they're going to do it, is like almost more realistic costs of things. Because it's like, oh yeah, build a tunnel underneath the entire city. It's like, do you know, it's billions of dollars that would cost you. There's no way I could do it. That's why when I'm trying to build a realistic city, somewhat realistic, I kind of come up against those problems all the time where it's like, oh, this would make sense. This would solve the problem. But is it real? Someone said like before, like build a road that's just traveling along above the river the whole way. I'm like, there's just, of course you could do that, but it just wouldn't make any sense to do that. So rehooking up the power. Is power not back to normal now? Yeah, good. Hopefully that makes sense anyway. What the hell just happened? Did we get it gifted? Oh, you got gifted subs. Hey! Oh, Jerry, thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. I wasn't sure. I thought 5 people just subbed all at once for some reason. But Jerry Kirchhoff gifted 5 subs. Thank you. And Senator ones too. Appreciate that a lot. And that's gone to Stuart Green, Alex Sickler, TMD, I think, and Stefan Punkchef. There's a tunnel from England to Europe. Yeah, that's different though. I understand that tunnels exist. I'm saying, I don't know if you'd have a tunnel connecting one tiny part of a town to another. But I could be wrong. Darren does deleted the oil building, etc. have an effect on the 5-star status of the Shoreline Business Park. Yes, if you delete the main building, then it wouldn't be a 5-star. So overall, the main building is what controls the progression, right? So you can delete every other building in the industrial area, and that's fine. You won't lose stars that way, because overall it's just tracking what you have produced and how many people work there. But you never fall down, so I wouldn't worry about that. But if I was to delete the main building and build a new one in the same place, then you'd have to start all over again. Again, thank you very much for the memberships. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Jerry. Pretty angry that Windows 10 Edition doesn't have access to mods. The Windows 10 Edition. You're playing on Game Pass, is it? That's one big drawback of everything on Game... A lot of things on Game Pass is a lot of them don't work with mods. I know it might not be the best alternative answer, but the game does go on sale. I bought all the DLCs recently and they're all 75% off, except for the hotels one, because that was just new. And I'll just show people this really quickly, because a lot of people never really look this up, but it's worth looking at if you're into buying things on PC. So this is a website called SteamDB. You'll see this website being used a fair amount to track different things. So, for instance, if we look at City Skylines, you can just see a bunch of information about it. So SteamDB hooks into Steam's API directly, so it gets all the info from Steam directly. It's not run by Steam or Valve, but it has all the information. You can actually check like the player charts over the entire lifetime of a game, you know, see when things rise, dip, and fall, when different sales, free weekends were, all that kind of stuff. It's just fun metrics if you're into that stuff. But what is interesting is price history. So let's say we have a look at... Can we see maybe the US dollar just as a happy medium here? US dollar over 6 years, here's the price of the game over like all that time, or over even just the last year. So we can actually see it was 70% off the base game just recently during the summer sale 2023. And you can actually track and see when things have gone up in price or down in price or whatever. And all the DLCs can be tracked this way too. And then you can see the converted price, where you should buy it, that kind of thing. So it's an unbelievably useful website that more people should use this. I don't know why people don't talk about this, but I've been using it for years. And whenever people are like, oh my god, all the DLCs are like $500, it's like, yeah, but you don't buy them all at once. Like if we look at, can we see cities, skylines? Let's see, After Dark. Obviously, this is an early one, but it's one of the first ones. Price history. You know, so you can actually see, Paradox upped their prices not that long ago, but we still get that 50% off sale. It was £6 for this DLC, etc., etc. So I don't know. If you spread the cost, it's not too bad. Not that you have to get everything anyway. I wouldn't recommend getting everything. I don't even own everything. I only own most of the gameplay expansions. And something else that's really interesting to check on is trending games. Which games have had spikes recently? What's been popular? But also, I might just have to... Yeah, let's just go top wishlisted games on Steam. Steam global wishlist. So again, SteamDB. You can actually see what games are the most wishlisted right now. Which games have the most followers. City Skylines 2 there, rocking number 7. Feeling pretty good. Number 67 for top sellers. 140,000 followers. I love all that stuff. I think it's pretty cool that you can track it all. So I just thought I would mention it. Just for people who are curious. Whoops, that was a mistake. Hey Derp. Thoughts on the LTT explosions? I have no idea what that is. LTT explosions. Haven't heard of it. First time hearing of it. Linus Tech Tips? Is it? I have no idea. Anyway, so, right, what have we got? So we just got this built train metro hub. So we have a metro station there. We could change that. Ultimately, we want a train and metro hub. So maybe, actually, here would be good. Somewhere like up here, perhaps? And then the train line could bend and turn into it. And then just come back out, I assume. I don't know if it has to travel straight through. If it has to travel straight through, we might have a problem. Let's check that out, though, just to test it. Because then the metro line is on this side. That'd be perfect, right? Metro line comes in. Train station comes in on this side. Road going in between. Let's see. There we go. So I guess my question would be, does anyone know? Can a train pull in here and then just pull back out? Oh, you can. We answered this before, actually. Yeah, of course they can. Okay, so that's not even I don't even have to test that. That's fine. 'Cause that's what we were doing here. Although, that being said, this is a passenger train station, not a cargo terminal, right? So, different. But we could use both, I guess. This is a, transport one specifically. Okay, let's try it. It is interesting that the road is in the center like that, but I guess we'll just have to leave it. I think it should be further over, maybe somewhere about here. And it's causing noise, so maybe just push it up just that tiny bit. Right. I just thought of something as well. We might want to flatten out this area a bit. Hey, should you put on some music while you're streaming? There is music on. Can you hear it? I would hope you could hear it. What am I going to do in the next episode? I don't know, but in this one, we're building out the industrial oil harbor. The next episode, I'm not too sure. I kind of want to more rapidly zone and expand out this area to get a bit quicker with it. What happened to your Satisfactory run? I know you're struggling with viewership at the time. It was taken per episode. Have you canned it? No, it'll be back. I just don't know exactly when yet. I'm still working on it, actually, all the time. I was only playing it just yesterday. It just takes a while. Everything takes really long in the game now. I'm at the end. What's your favorite base game map? Like, no DLCs? I actually don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm playing on this one. This would be my favorite map. This is a workshop map. It doesn't require any DLCs as far as I know, but it's called Hearts Hill. But in terms of vanilla game maps, I'm not familiar enough with the game to know them off the top of my head. You should make a loop out the back. If they could just drive in reverse. Yeah, they could just drive in reverse. Like, you could create a portion of a track for them to pull forward. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I need it, though. I think if they go in, they just go back out. I'm happy enough with that. Maybe. Just wonder if it should be further over. I'm trying to think of what's going to happen with this road that I'm looking at right now in the middle. God, it's hard to figure out what I'm going to do. All right, so let's try to be a bit quicker and just make some decisions. Let's call that a bend in the road, so just get rid of that. Okay, cool. I tell you what we need to look at first to get the ball rolling properly is the different buildings that we're going to have on the coast, right? So we've just unlocked one. That's what I was waiting for, which is this, right? The cargo hub. And then we have the cargo harbor. Cargo harbor that accepts train traffic. Again, somewhere up here would be nice. I want to see what that looks like in terms of where's the train track. Oh, it runs out on the actual coastline. Wow. Interesting. This is going to be so complicated. Looks cool though, a cool building. Should we have more than one? No, I don't think so, because we'll also have the regular cargo hub, I think. Yeah. So that's the cargo harbor. That's a version of both, but we can have one that's just the cargo harbor, and then we could have the train that's just the cargo terminal. This needs a road connection, just put it there for a moment. It's going to be something like that, right? Cargo terminal. And that same line is going to then feed into this one. Although maybe they should be separate. And this is what I don't understand. If that's going off at sea, how the hell do I tuck that back into land without hitting into other things? It's like this has to be almost at the end, doesn't it? Can't put anything there. I feel like that's really difficult to... It almost feels like it should be the other way around, but yeah. On the traffic, nothing a nice curved track won't fix. Are you going to continue this series with Skylines 2? Well, this series will probably be over by then, I'm hoping. Like, I'd like to end this series and then start a new one in City Skylines 2. Satisfactory is one of those games that literally every step of progression requires exponential increase in time. Exactly, and I had an exponential decrease in viewership, if you want to think of it that way. Because the further you go into a series, like, the more and more, like, you're obviously going to lose people as time goes on. And then everything takes longer as well. And the longer things take, the more people you lose. So it's a really difficult thing to solve. But I'm not giving up on it. I will go back to it. I've only got like 3 or 4 more factories I really want to do before I can pretty much finish the game. They're just really big. It's my fault for taking on a massive project. I made it bigger than it had to be. Alright. Oh, the terrain is so uneven here as well. Okay, we got to do some flattening. Keep the contour lines on. And might actually color some of that terrain back to be normal. So it had the sand texture on it, which doesn't need to be there. I'm going to remove some of the oil. We can put it back in later where we want it. Just have a bit more of a blank canvas to work with there. People just standing out there. Terrified. What's happening? Alright. Smoothing this out. Ultimately, we obviously have to go down to the coastline anyway, though, but if we can soften the terrain, it might be good. A bit more of a smooth decline. I'm just going to get rid of a lot of these trees as well, because they're only going to grow back annoyingly over time. We can put in our own trees to make it look better as well. Okay. Alright, making progress. Is there a way to change the default road that comes with the assets? Like the 2-lane Harbour? There is a mod that does it. I think it's the mod called BOB or Bob. Far as I know, that kind of lets you do those things. It lets you break off all the assets that are in a building. I don't have that active, but that is a possibility. I've seen people do it. I felt like I'd be getting way too granular if I started doing that, and I just didn't think I would have the time to be doing that kind of thing, personally. But yeah, because that way you can actually, like you said, the baked-in roads can be upgraded or be changed into different types, and you can actually remove them altogether if you want and just change even where the connection point is, like where cars come in and out that need to service the building. You can make the road like a small side path to get to the station. Yeah. Yep, I agree. I'm just trying to work out what I'm thinking of in my head now is, okay, we got a train line that's going to be coming straight up. One turn of it's going to split off and go into the passenger station. Right, so that's where people are going to come in, and then that's where they're going to work. Now, it doesn't have to be here. We could turn it actually to be maybe vertical or something. So I want this building should be relatively central to the overall working area, right? Because people are commuting here. You want them close to wherever they're going to go. You don't want it off on the side of the industry, because then they might have to walk all the way over to wherever they work or something. So we want it to be pretty centralized, but it also has to follow the track, right? Because it has a track baked into it. So I'm actually thinking somewhere like here would probably make sense, having the straight main road that goes through the place. So yeah, something like this I think I'm probably going to go with. Now we can always shape it a little bit better if it's sticking out the wrong way or whatever from the terrain. You can just lift it or lower it. We'll figure all that out later. Not too concerned about it. Can you actually shape terrain even while it's here? Yeah, you can. I think things can get really finicky with that kind of stuff. Building on slight hills. But we are getting close to the ocean. I don't know what more I can do about that. Other than just make a cliff. Right, so let's get this... Whoops. Get this train line. Bring it straight and just connect it straight in there. Please give me a shout out. I have to give you a ban. Because you spammed the chat. I finally catch the live stream. Hey, Drawdown. Drawdown the clown. You can use the network multi-tool to unlock those segments, like Harbour roads. Then upgrade the road. You can use the network multi-tool mod to do it. Oh. This is its own thing now? Well, why can't I select that then? With the move it tool. Click to lock the segment. So it's unlocked now. So then how can I do stuff to it? Bro, don't spam. Commercial traffic into and out of that zone will get horrific at some point. So anything you can do to get people out of their cars and walking to work is the best approach. Yeah, I agree. We can encourage biking. But they won't have a car here, right? They'll be coming in via the metro. They'll be coming in via the train. Both. So the metro connects just over to the downtown area. Train station's over there. Train stations also pass by down here. So people can get on that way. It also passes here. So some people who work in the agricultural sector, people who maybe work in the commercial sector, possibly they might even, some of them, get out there and go to the Washington Business Park. And then the rest maybe will go on and get off at Shoreline. Alright, making me about to spit my coffee out of work. Give you a shout out. Have a ban. I just timed him out. You can upgrade the road now? Oh, so you can upgrade it but not move it. I see, sorry. Yeah, sweet. So I can change that road type into something else. Nice. Can you even could you make it a large road? Sorry, I'm still on the lock thing. My bad. How do I not have that selected anymore? Okay. Oh yeah. Obviously that's not ideal, but it was just interesting to see that you can do that. Alright, cool, yeah, so you can make some sort of single track industrial road if you wanted to. I'm just wondering as well, the way the terrain is shaped. I do feel like I have to almost, let's say, level the terrain, right? If we grab the terrain specifically like here by right-clicking, increase our brush size, and then just flatten this whole area out. Whoa, God. I don't know if that's a little cheaty of me, you know, to be like, okay, well, we can just flatten everything. But even that's not going to be good enough, depending on where we... I feel like, though, to do this properly, we do need even height on the terrain. It's going to be too messy without that, so we have to at least down on the bottom here. And we can shape it a little bit more once the few important buildings are in place. This, for now, there's going to have to be just like this cliff dividing the area until we find places to smoothen out, or just make a little cliff road. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so now I'm going to try and smoothen it back down just towards there for that train station. Because we need some sort of decline, right? Obviously for the train tracks to be able to do what they need to do. Biking? Is this an American town? If so, you won't see people biking to work. That's like a good old American traffic. You think the cities too will turn away or overwhelm a lot of beginner players, considering how complicated the new economy looks? No. I think... I could be wrong. But I think, the threshold of complexity for a game like that, for the type of people that it'll turn off, would have already turned them off before they saw the screens for the economy. So even stuff like the way you build roads and things, I think would turn off people. I've got a fair few friends, and I listen to podcasts as well, where people are a bit more casual, and they were looking at the first initial videos of City Skylines that just got announced. And they were like, oh, bro, it looks so complicated. And they're just kind of already writing it off as something that they would play. Because they're mostly console gamers, these friends of mine. Now, obviously, the game is available on console. Oh, I tell you what, though, they were saying, like, they'd check it out on Game Pass. Which I assume it is on Game Pass. Anyway, that's what they were saying. So I think adding more complexity at this point doesn't matter to almost anyone. I think if you weren't turned off, I think if you weren't turned off by what you saw in the first 3 or 4 dev diaries, you're not going to be turned off by adding further and further depth. I just don't think so. They would have to really seriously overwhelm you with stuff to turn like someone like me off at this point, or people who are already, I think, going to be just interested in it. In order to capture a more casual market, though, I think they already turned a few of those people off, in my opinion. The game looks more complicated than this one. So, and I think it just looks that way before you even showed me the economy, in terms of how they were presenting it even just early on. But maybe I'm wrong in that. That's just my feeling on it. I wish you could tilt buildings. Really struggling to think about how I'm going to do this. Like, so here's the problem. We have terrain that has to go down to the coast. I have several buildings that kind of need to be roughly around the same height because they are connected via rail. I can't have a big hill. What'd you ban me, dude? Just because you're spamming a bit. But just don't spam. By spam, I mean writing messages over and over again. I can see you. Everybody can see you. I would set the height to the mainland. The seaside don't care too much about... Yeah, but then it looks weird, doesn't it? If you have this, like, way off the coast. Like, up really high. I think that would look weird. Quick foreigner question. Is smoothen a word commonly used in the UK? I haven't heard people say it much. Need to find more UK YouTubers. I don't know. I can't say that I can remember, you know, like my friends saying it or something. Smoothen? Smoothen. Well, what is this tool called? It's often. Oh, right. To smooth gently. Smoothen is a word, right? I'm pretty sure. Smoothen. Yeah.
Smoothen.
Give something a flat, regular surface or appearance. Deal successfully with a problem or difficulty. How about a key wall? Yeah, I do plan on having a key wall. Actually, yeah, maybe we should. I don't know what to start with. That's the problem I'm finding here. Should we start with this, the rail, the quay side? I feel like it's an industrial harbor, so we're going to have a quay wall the whole way across. So this one, right? A quay. How does that work then with this? Does it just snap on? No, but we can shape it to fit in there. Alright, well, we need to determine the location of where these are going to go. Then we can build a quay wall. Then we can raise the height inside of the quay wall to make it sort of higher up. Maybe meet in the middle here somewhere. Maybe this will be the size that we go with. So halfway between the height and the lower down bit. Don't worry about moving old industry just yet. It's a problem for another day. The only feedback I would like today, if possible, is just to do with the industrial harbor here. No other improvements, please. You should add quay walls to the shoreline. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It's a funny word. I don't think it sounds weird. Smoothen. You smoothing something out. How else would you say that, though? What's the alternative word? Tell me, like, what you'd say instead of smoothening something. You'd just say make something smooth, right? But there's got to be a... What's the term? A verb for it? Whatever. Smoothen. Anyway. I'm just curious, because there must be some other word then. That people don't just not say that. Smoothen, smoothen, smoothen. Right, so, anyways. Cargo harbor, that's where that's going to go. Cargo hub. What we're going to need is 3 oil harbors, or offshore drilling rigs. So we have to decide where they're going to go. So there's one here. Going to have to roughly aim for that patch there. We're going to need another one to aim further out. And another one to aim even further out. Oh, sorry, it's outside the industry area, excuse me. So I think 3 is enough. Or it should be more than enough. Now, they all need road connections. They don't come baked in with roads. That's their road service point. Okay. So they need to be the same height. And this will all need a road kind of connecting it. Okay. That's the plan. The challenge. Then we're going to have those 3 just hanging out there. Might require shaping terrain a bit more, because it obviously just changes where things go. Although I don't... yeah, I guess I don't mind just moving these or something myself. That's good. I wanted to aim a bit more that way. And then I'm guessing I can just grab it and turn it, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's good to know that I can just move it with the Move It tool. And same with these, I imagine, right? So we can shape these a bit better. So just have some sort of continuous road going past them. I feel like that one's the odd one out. It's going to be a bit weird putting it there. Now here's the real problem. How the flip do you connect a train station in here? I have no idea how to do that. This will have to be given a lot of space, I think, if you want a train line to run in there. And there's going to be a train cargo terminal as well. So a train cargo terminal, a train and ferry cargo terminal, and then a ferry cargo terminal. Industrial harbor. Okay. Okay, and then we connect this. Now that these are kind of in place, then we can connect the quayside, right? That'd be the idea. Oops. Can anyone help me out? Bro, how do you control abandoned buildings? Well, if your buildings are being abandoned, there's a reason. So if you click the building, it'll tell you why. Usually before it gets abandoned, you see why. So for instance, if you have, I've got literally none. But if you've got a building and a symbol is above it, like it's on fire, it needs water, needs electricity, too many dead people are piling up on it, it'll have a symbol above it. And then if you leave that symbol long enough, it becomes abandoned. And then to get rid of it, you have to click the demolish tool and demolish it. And then a new building will pop up in its place. So to avoid having abandoned buildings, you have to not have the problem that caused it to be abandoned in the first place. So you have to identify what that is. Are they getting the water they need? Do they have enough electricity? Are they on fire? So, not are they on fire, but can a fire brigade get to them? Can a police car get to them? Can their garbage be taken away? Can a hearse get to them and take their dead away? All those kind of things. So there's something wrong, and you got to figure out what it is. To smooth out? I don't think that sounds right. It's got to be smoothing out. So darn, could make a lot of money with planes or turries. I can't build planes yet. I need to have 60,000 population before I can build an airport. I think. Yeah, I can build a blimp, and we just unlocked helicopters, but I don't have any of this stuff yet. Not there yet. Thank you very much. No worries. No probs. Alright, let's build this road. Connect these guys. Start getting a bit of shape to this place. Turn off that grid. Alright, we'll lower this down a bit. Alright, so there's 2 oil things there. There's another one here. Maybe we don't need that. Don't know. It is more awkward than the rest, but maybe we can fit it in. I feel like it just needs a bit of landscaping around it. So, we want to decouple this road from that harbour so that we can change it to an industrial road. Just for the aesthetics of keeping it consistent. Who's doing that where it just auto-selects it? There we go. That works. Continue with the road. Sorry if I missed anything, by the way. Maybe a channel for the terminal. A channel for the terminal. I don't know what you mean. You mean like a canal or something? Smooth is my new favorite word, though. If the ground is too rough, just do a little smooth, flat, and leveling. It'll be great, indeed. Put the key down first. It'll help with the heights and connecting all the stuff. Before the road. I guess maybe it's a good idea. Okay. Let's try to do some quayside stuff now. See how that works. Don't like that. This texture's after getting all messed up for some reason. So we can level out the height of it, right? See if that makes any difference. Okay. That's an even side. You can also put trees on it, but this is an industrial harbor. I just feel like maybe we don't need that. You can always upgrade it though. And I guess, like, I mean, if we were building this, you wouldn't make it curved, would you? It would probably just be a straight line connecting the two things together, right? Try the freeform road for this. Complete the buildings and then they fit nicely along the quay wall. The buildings fit nicely along the quay wall. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you can keep the height of the quay consistent if you do that first. Oh, I didn't think that worked. I didn't know they snap onto quayside. Are they snapping to the quay wall or to the terrain? Is that the way you're supposed to do it? It looks weird to me. Feels like I'm just like overlapping it. I don't know if the game's actually aware of that or not. I can't undo that now. Let me just test it out. Okay, so just really quickly. Grab a key. We'll just make a straight line. Straight line going from here to there. Done. Let's fill that in. Totally fine. Oh yeah, it does work, as you say. Okay, you know, you're right. You're right. We're way off the ground, though. Shouldn't this be, like, way lower? Like here. I guess I could just do that if we need to. Yeah, it works better. Okay, cool. Thanks for the heads up on that. Okay, we can be a bit quicker now. I know it's taken a while. Also, this song, I feel like this song is just on repeat, is it? Switch it over. All right. We're starting now. Just move this for a sec. Offshore drilling platform. We'll start with the quay wall. I didn't know you could do that. I always thought you had to put the quay wall in after. That's a good tip, though. All right, so bonk, bonk. Should we do the tree one or the regular? What do you think? For an industrial harbor. Because I was thinking of doing the city key over on this side with the trees. I think regular is what I'm leaning towards. Alright, we'll do freeform. No, we can fix some of these bits. Regular, yeah. Wow, significant delay on that, actually. What am I looking for? Surface tool will grab the height just underneath the water. Does that look too weird? No, that's good, yeah. That's fine. Cool. Can maybe do some smoothing myself or something down there, but... Nice. Bit better. Is the key all the same height? Yes. Alright, that's our starting thing. So, offshore drilling rig. Go somewhere in here. I don't know what kind of see, basically, I'm just going to change the oil to be just around this area, and then we'll lock it so it's permanent. People suggested I do that, so I don't really mind where this aims at. I'm trying to more look at where would be a natural fit along the coast. And also make them look kind of nice. Maybe a third one further along out there. See, that's where it really should be. Maybe we should flatten that bit of the coast out or something. Weird to have it on a bend. Alright, better. Extend the area. I think it might not be playing because the rigs are too close together. What's not playing? Industrial areas will be curvy like that. Wouldn't be curvy like that. Make them straight, sharp angles. Yeah, I think you're probably right. If you're gonna man-make a key, I don't think you would make it curvy unless you really had to, for some reason. Whereas the city key could be different. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's make it more angular. Hate to be constantly redoing, but I think you bring up a good point. Do straight lines. Okay, something like that might be a bit better. How's it going? It's going good, TMD. Placing. Spell check is fighting me. It might be placing. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Nothing's final just yet. Although I'm happy with this one. That one's probably going to stay where it is. Let's just double check. Yeah, about there. Yeah, you can actually have a few of those. Now that we've straightened everything out. And then where's the other one? There it is. Probably somewhere, God, like that. Wondering if we can get away with being on the angle of it, being in the center of it, and then just coming down. Something like that. You could probably push yourself in a bit further as well. Okay. Right. Just move this for a second. It's our cargo harbor. Cargo harbor. And the cargo hub, this has a train station built into it, so that's the one that's really tricky to find out how I'm going to line that up. Here's what we got. So we have a quay wall with an offshore drilling rig thing there, and here. We then have a cargo harbor here, which could maybe go in the center of these two. Maybe. The oil products effectively... Yeah, I guess we should decide where the passenger terminal goes. Oil products that come from here will go into different plants. So they'll need a kind of direct access on a road to various factories that are going to refine those things. Hello, fellow Darren. Hello. You only have one R. Oh, you're one of those. I appreciate the taking the feedback. That's a lot better than what it was going to look like. Yeah, I agree. Love the city and love the series. Hey, thank you, Lee. Yeah, that's why I do these on stream, because something like this I feel like it's complicated, and I definitely work best when I get your guys' feedback on things like this. Something like that. Anyway, we can put a road into it later. I'm just wondering, like, how far along the harbor do we build this thing? So probably come down along here to some extent. I think that would make sense. So let's continue the quay wall that way. And then we'll make sure it's the same height. Okay. Alright, let's just shape some of that terrain around it. Remove some of the bits that are kind of creeping up here. Try not to make it so deep. There we go. Bit better. Don't mind a little bit coming up to the edge of the wall, obviously. Because you won't see that. It's making the water super transparent for us to see underneath right now. Something very satisfying about doing that, actually. The way it stays on the other side properly. It's great. Okay. Now behind. Soften the terrain there, smoothing it out. And just, for now, we'll just get rid of this. We can always put sand back in wherever we feel like it would make sense, but it doesn't really make sense right now. Some of this is going to be still regular oil fields. We still want to do some land drilling. So that's what I'll use the sand texture for, just because it makes it look a bit better. And then again, this oil can just go away. We'll put it in where we need it. I'm definitely removing more oil than I'll be putting back in, so I think it's totally fine. Alright, so there we go. Maybe just get rid of all these stones, I guess. Alright, super flat area. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. 3 offshore drilling rig platforms, and then we have our cargo harbor. I think a cargo harbor going in the middle of that would probably be good. I think this place also needs like a ferry terminal so people can get in to work through the ferry if they wanted to. What single player games are you playing right now in my free time? I'm playing Octopath Traveler 2. I feel like I said that before, but that's the only game I'm playing right now. I'm almost finished. I love it. It's my game of the year, personally. I love it. Well, the year's not over, I guess, but for me, it's my favorite game I played this year. But yeah, my playtime has been heavily reduced lately. I just don't really play that many games. It's weird. I'll show you just really quickly. Hope people don't mind. Everything I played this year. I'm actually keeping track of it in an Excel document, like a massive nerd. But since not streaming on Twitch anymore, I play way less variety of games because I don't do variety content really anymore. So I'll show you. You're about to get blinded by white light. Just word of warning. Bonk. So this is everything I played this year, starting from January, February. So I stopped streaming on Twitch somewhere in April, I think. So then there's less games the further you go down. So this month, what I've played so far is City Skylines, Anno 1800. Me and Rosie play Overcooked 2 still. I finished it not that long ago. Actually got the Platinum Trophy in it on PlayStation. But we're playing through some of the DLC. I'm playing Octopath Traveler 2 largely on my Steam Deck. Recently I was just feeling the need to play a shooter, so I played Battlefield 1. And it was fine, but there was like hackers in it. So then I moved to 2042. And I actually really liked it. I played it when it came out and I refunded it. But coming back to it, I'm really enjoying it now. I think it's great. It's not amazing, but I think it's pretty good. certainly hits the Battlefield itch for me. And then I was playing Rome 2 because on September 3rd, September 3rd this year, Rome 2 turns 10. And I was kind of thinking of maybe doing a little mini-series on playing it in Divide et Impera. But I just don't know if people on my channel would really care anymore for that kind of thing, because I've built up an audience a lot more for city builders and logistics games, so it's a bit out there. It's a 10-year-old game. No one cares that it's 10 years old except me. So I don't know if I'd bother. But yeah, in terms of the games I played this year, I started Kena Bridge of Spirits. I'm thinking of platinuming that after I'm done with Octopath. And then I want to play Ghost of Tsushima, because I never did. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Anything that's out there in terms of different games. Not really. As you can see from this, a lot of the games I play are older. I don't really play... I'm frugal, you know, I don't spend money on just stuff that just comes out because it's going to get patched. It's going to become cheaper anyway. I have no FOMO, so I really don't mind. The only exception to that is if I'm a little worried I'll get spoiled on something, or if I really just want to support a company day one. Sometimes I buy games and I don't even play them. Like Dredge. I bought that, I haven't played it. I just think it's worth supporting. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't play a bunch of different things, but generally speaking, lately, nothing other than Octopath. I think I'm 70 hours into it, so I'm nearly at the end. I'm really close to the end, but I'm not done yet. I love it. If you like RPGs, JRPGs, old school RPGs, it's really, really good. And it just keeps getting better. I mean, I'm 60, 70 hours in, and I just got a whole new... There's the job system in the game where you unlock new classes. And a class gives you all these new abilities for your character. And I found a job that is like a unique hidden one. I won't tell you how to get it. I just totally found it myself. And then I realized, like, giving this person the job, they have their own voice lines. You can give to any one of the 8 characters. They all have unique voice lines for it, how they do the spells, or whatever the abilities might be. They wear different clothes, so it's like, oh, you made 8 different sprites, like, for all the... You could have given it to any character, so you made potentially all these different sprites. So the level of details, and for something that you might have never found. So I just think there's like a huge amount of detail. It's like a very AAA style JRPG, even though it is a 2D game, because it has all these cool lighting and VFX and stuff like that. Anyways, going off on one. Battlefield 2042 is solid now. Yeah, I've played it a lot recently and really enjoyed it. What is the game again? It's Octopath Traveler 2. Just to show you really quickly, look, at the end of the day, it's a turn-based JRPG, right? So it's not going to be for everyone, but I'll show you just really quickly. But I can't recommend it highly enough. I played the first one, I quite liked it, but this one's way better. So it's a pixelated game, but it's done in a way where there's like modern lighting and like there's 3D environments that you're navigating, I guess, because the camera rotates around it and stuff. And then you have all these really cool, like, high detailed spells and stuff when you go into them. Story's great. Love all the different stories. There's 8 characters, and you can pick them up and play them whenever you want. You don't have to... You can, like, choose whoever you want, whenever you want, and get the others whenever you want as well. And that's its biggest strength, but also probably its biggest flaw is that the stories don't really combine together. Everyone just has their own vignettes, their own unique story, and they kind of just help each other out for no real reason. So if you're looking for like a really tight story for a party, they don't really have it, but individual stories, they're great. I'm sure there's always going to be 1 or 2 you don't like. Like, I don't really like a character in it called Agnia, but everyone else I really like. And even Agnia I like enough. I'm just not as interested in her story. But it's beautiful. It's a beautiful game. And it, you know, there's a day and night cycle and everything. Like, it's got like modern lighting. You get all these cool things later on. It delivers content in a really... I don't feel like there's much grinding. You get stuff, new stuff all the time, very naturally. And if you haven't explored... Oh, it's all fully voice acted as well, so that's great. And if you've got that mindset of not wanting to just look up everything and find stuff on your own, it feels really rewarding. Like, you can find things very easily, I feel like, if you just search a bit. So stuff like that's really cool. Cool side quests, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what I'm playing, and I just super, super, super highly recommend it. Really love it. And like I said, Battlefield 2042, I was playing it last night, really enjoying it as well. And actually, for the first time ever, bought a battle pass in Battlefield, and I maxed it out within a week. Like, I was just playing it so much, so really enjoyed it. So that's what I've been playing. I'm looking forward to Starfield, although I'm going to be away in Ireland when it comes out, or at least comes into early access. I was even thinking about playing it on the channel, but I will be away, so I won't really be able to. Anyway, so I'm just going to go to the bathroom, then we'll get back to this, okay? So let's just leave the camera like that for a sec. You guys can just watch. Well, it's going to be paused, but I'll be back in just one sec. Right, War Thunder, I've played it before. I'm not a big I know I just say I play Battlefield, but I don't like free-to-play games, just generally. And I'm just not a big multiplayer gamer. Battlefield is like really the only exception, maybe Company of Heroes. But other than that, I'm almost exclusively single player. All right, be back in just one sec. I'll talk about that as well in a moment, Marius. Alrighty, I am back. I appreciate people hanging out with me. I know I'm very slow to build this place up. So just really quickly, Marius said, what's your opinion on Baldur's Gate 3 and all the enthusiasm, but also Twitter drama around it? Yes, very quickly, I played Baldur's Gate 3 when it came into early access. I really liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it was, like, unbelievable, but it was just the early stages, the early access of the game, and I played it with 3 others. I played it with 3 other YouTubers, Pixelated Apollo, Jackie Fish, and Lionheart X10. And I enjoyed it. You know, it's not really my type of game. I'm not a big CRPG guy. I gotta be honest, they intimidate me a little bit. I'm not a stats guy. I don't really care about loot. I'm more mechanics driven. I'm really into mechanics of games. That's something I've just learned about myself over the years. While I was doing reviews especially, I realized that, like, oh, I don't care about, like, the numbers of a weapon or anything like that. I care about what the weapon allows me to do. So if it allows you to do different things, I'm like into things like that, like mechanics. Game mechanics are fun to me. And it's why I lament sometimes playing Total War. It's so filled with like all these weapons that's like +6 melee, plus 5% movement range. I'm like, I don't care. Just remove all that. It just means nothing to me, any of these modifiers. I much prefer something that lets me do something that I couldn't do before. That's just what I like. I don't absolutely hate it, but I feel like I often ignore them in games, and I often get through games on the hardest difficulties without even looking at it. So I'm just like, it's all pointless. Anyway, in terms of Baldur's Gate 3, though, the drama on Twitter, so for those who don't know, the drama is basically that I think it's IGN's Destin Legary called out a few developers on Twitter who were saying that, like, well, Baldur's Gate 3 is somewhat of an anomaly, that we should not be held to their high standard to make an RPG as in-depth as them. And then Destin Legary pointed out and made a video. I didn't even see the full thing, to be honest, so I'm just going off memory here. Something along the lines of, you know, like, saying, like, developers shouldn't be saying that. That's a bad attitude to have. We should be raising the standards of games, etc., etc. So my basic take on that, just really briefly, is that I think I think everyone's kind of in the wrong. I don't think Destin should have picked on developers, which in my opinion are quite small and irrelevant to some extent for their opinions. And I don't think the developers who shared those opinions are right in doing so either, like the way they did. So what I'm basically saying is, because of Destin's video, you get a bunch of YouTubers making videos saying like, oh, developers like say that, you know, we can't reach this standard. And it becomes this very like gamers versus developers conversation. And I just don't think 99% of developers agree with that 1% take of saying like, oh, this is really difficult. We shouldn't be able to do that. We shouldn't be held to their standard. I worked at a game studio. I know multiple developers. They love Baldur's Gate. I think you're all, you know, there's millions of developers in the world. So what? 10 people basically have said that, you know, the Baldur's Gate situation is like some unattainable thing. Well, who cares about what they said? Like, what does it matter? It doesn't matter. They shouldn't have an IGN article blown up about them because their opinion's totally irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Now, one of the people who said this was slightly high up in a company. I can't remember which company, but he's higher up. So it's like, okay, That's a bit more noteworthy when someone higher up is saying those things. But a lot of the people saying it are QA, artists, or just lower down the rung people. People not making like decisions at a higher level. So if they want to say that they feel a bit burned out, or they feel like this, you know, it's unattainable to do this, whatever. I disagree with that. I don't think that's the right attitude to have. But I also don't think that it should have been blown up to the proportion it has, where it's become a very us versus them mentality. Because I think it's just stupid. So that's my basic take on it. It's just like, I don't take the people who said those things seriously, and now I can't really stand the conversation around it, because it just seems to me like, for some reason, there's this animosity between gamers and developers, and I'm not really entirely sure where it comes from. I kind of know why it's there, but not entirely sure. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. I'm going to move this over this way. So what should I do here for the terrain? Just flatten it out, because this is always going to look weird if I don't. But then this has to like kind of come down and go into there. That's the issue. Now you could move it all the way up, I guess. And then it's relatively flat. Maybe we'll do that. And this is fairly central to where maybe things need to be. So maybe we'll just leave it there. So this metro line will have to go across in, and this red line will have to go across in, and then this can just come straight down, maybe connect to there or something. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Let's make the incline gradual. Anyway, I hope that's a sort of sufficient answer. You know, my take is just basically like, I kind of don't pay attention to that stuff really, because I just don't agree with how people are talking about anything. I feel like, I guess the long story short is that I often feel this way, is that people blow up. Someone says something on the internet, yeah? And then that goes viral and it becomes the representation of an entire group. And I just don't think that that is accurate or even makes sense. So that's kind of how I feel about it. But the game looks good. I haven't played it since it came out. I don't really plan on playing it again, to be honest. Not really for me, but I'm glad people are really enjoying it. I never would have thought it would hit like nearly 1 million concurrent. It's crazy. It's great to see. It's a consistent theme that I feel like, anyway, the deeper and more intimidating the game, if it's just done well, it often attracts a really, really high player base, like Elden Ring and other games that you'd think would be very intimidating, very deep. So I think it's a good thing overall that it's doing well, because it probably will encourage more developers to say like, no, we don't need to like dumb our game down. We just need to make it easier for people to get into it. I think Baldur's Gate is approachable because graphically it looks great. The whole thing's voice acted and it's got a great tutorial. So it might seem intimidating at first, but then you realize like, well, actually, it's a game. It's meant to be played. They've thought about that, and a lot of people put a lot of time into trying to figure out how to make it as easy as possible, not as hard as possible. I'll reshape this afterwards. I just want to kind of connect it in. Anyway, if you like D&D, you would love BG3. Yeah, I've never played D&D before, so. Do a tiered system with 1 or 2 tiers. I'm not sure what you mean, sorry, Lee. The internet thrives on drama and clashing opinions. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, obviously. I just don't know why it's been blown up to such a big proportion, like, big thing. Why it's this... I don't know why we can't just say, like, the opinion of 20 people don't matter. Unless they were, like, studio heads that said these things, which they're not. But if they were, then it's like, well, you know, the head of Naughty Dog says it's impossible to do this. It's like, well, that's an interesting story. But is it an interesting story that the head of some... or that some mid-tier or low-level artist or QA or audio guy says these things? I don't think so. I don't think that's worth writing a story about. But that's just me. Now, again, I'll smoothen this out later, but why can't you do that? Let's just make you do that. There you go. So we need some sort of line to bypass the passenger line, right? This is like the passenger line. So another line has to bypass it to get to the cargo. And then that will even need its own bypass to get to another cargo thing over there. Yeah. Alright, so cargo terminals next. Interesting. Just do that just for a moment. Cargo Harbour, cargo train terminal. Don't know if they need to be close together. And then ultimately this train line... That train line has to connect to here somewhere. Alright, let's do a parallel line. Okay, what is it? Plus and minus. That's such a steep decline. But again, we can smoothen that out. Will you try Armored Core 6? I don't think it looks very good. So there's my bad take is that I'm not really a fan of Elden Ring. I haven't played it, but from watching it, I'm not a fan. Not interested, I guess, is probably more words. It's not like I don't like it or hate it or something. It's just like, it's not for me. I played Souls games back in the day, and they're fine. I just don't see what everyone else sees in them. I just don't find it that compelling. So then looking at Armored Core, I'm like, this game looks old. Like, I'm not to be a graphics snob, but I'm like, I don't know. If it wasn't from the guy from Software, this to me would look like a totally mediocre, forgettable looking game. That's just the vibe I got from it. I was really, really hyped when I saw the announcement trailer. Obviously CGI, and I was like, yes, love the tone of this, looks cool. Then they show the gameplay, I'm like, I don't know, dude, it looks like kind of like a late stage PS3 game to me. So, but what do I know? Nothing at all. It's so funny because this year people are super hyped on so many different games. And this year's got pretty much nothing from me. So I guess I just have the really weird and bad takes. Not even bad takes, just... I have bad taste. Yeah, that's probably it. Alright, let's fill in this back half here. Is that raised? Oh yeah, it is. Excuse me. The water coming right up to the end. It's really close. Well, yeah, I guess a wave did just push in, actually. That's why it looks like that. It shouldn't be that bad in future. We'll keep it at this height then. I'm not really sure how to do that though, because if you go arrange at slope, it levels it. It doesn't like set the height. So the 1, 2, 3. There we go. Not excited for any upcoming games. I'm looking forward to Starfield, although I'm cautiously optimistic about it. But apart from that, I can't think of anything. Oh, and City Skylines too. I'm looking forward to that. It looks really good, although I'm also cautiously optimistic about that. I feel like in a few of the videos, it just doesn't look like it's running very well, and I don't know, man. I'm just trained to think these days that launches just aren't going to be smooth for anything. So I'm just expecting it to be kind of buggy and running bad. Well, maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll just be great out the gate. But I feel like most games these days take 1 or 2 updates to get good. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's just how it feels. Like Baldur's Gate 3 had a 2-year early access period, you know? It seems like it's great out the gate, but it was... And even then it was buggy. It's still a little bit buggy. Bring back the NES. Yeah. Like I said, I just think I've got weird tastes. You know, this year I loved Octopath Traveler. I had no idea that I would love it so much, but I did. So it's not like I'm dead inside. There's games I am looking forward to, like Manor Lords and Falling Frontier. I'm really looking forward to those 2 games. City Skylines 2, as we mentioned. Maybe we can smoothen that bit out now. Oh shit. Okay. Let time play and let the water flush out of there. There's a discrepancy between my the terrain in here. The water should settle. I think it's just doing that because I just messed with it, so we got these weird waves pushing back out now, but it should be okay. People, I'm surprised that I've only let time play a brief amount, but I'm surprised like everyone's jobs are gone here, so nothing is completely collapsed just yet. Right. Alright, hang on. Any plans on bringing back Dune or Into the Dark? Into the Dark. Well, I don't know if I know what Into the Dark is. Dune, I really enjoyed Dune, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like as a series, there's nothing really else to it would just be the same. If people ask me like, why don't you do like another Stellaris game? I say, well, it's because it'd be very similar to the previous one. I just don't feel like I'd be able to do anything that would make it different enough. Like Dune, they added House Carino, but the game is 99% the same, 95%. So I just don't, for viewership's sake and on the channel, I just don't think it would really have much interesting going on. I could be wrong. Sorry that I can't remember what Into the Dark is. I'm sure it's just slipping my mind for some reason. What about Total War Pharaoh? No, not interested in that at all. Anyways, alright, let's just continue our landscaping work, seeing as we're not done yet. Yeah, just smoothing that out. Alright. My bad, I meant the Rift Breaker. Oh, yeah. I was thinking, like, that sounds so familiar. Unfortunately, I loved it. I really enjoyed that. But it didn't view very well. The only reason I didn't think it would view well, because it's quite a niche game. Even I feel bad for it, because it kind of shouldn't be. It's great. But the only reason I did it is because I was sponsored. I wouldn't have ever done it because I just didn't think it would ever view that well, and I was kind of right. It just didn't really view that well for me, anyway. I'm sure maybe if you're a channel that like is really good at the game or something, people would be more interested to watch like the super high level gameplay. But I was just kind of playing it like a normal person. Oh, guys, this terrain thing is killing me. That's how we have an even slope down. We need that for the train line, so that's a necessity. Let's try to do the same with the road, I guess. This is a slope tool? Yep. Is that weird? I feel like it's weird, but maybe we could cover it with some stuff. And just lower the road down slightly. Doesn't have to go way down, but a bit more. I like the overall idea though, it's kind of coming together a bit more. Right, so they're going to need their road going along there, so let's do that next. Almost feel like it should be a medium industry road, but... That'd be the only problem, is because certain buildings are going to make it so that it has to go into a one-lane street, or sorry, two-lane road. What do you think? Should this be a 2-lane or a 4-lane? Feels like it should be a 4. How would you define which you play on your channel? Base building, factory, city builder, grand strategy? Yeah, at the moment, definitely city builder and like logistics. I don't really do any grand strategy. I have in the past, but my channel's become more and more focused. I'll show you just really quickly, actually. It's basically become a channel that does builder games. See, if it was up to me, I'd just play whatever. I like playing so many different types of games. But these are the ones that resonate the most with people, for me at least. So City Skylines, Satisfactory, and Anno 1800. Those are the 3 I'm playing at the moment. Lately, I've only been doing City Skylines because the series has just been doing quite well for me. And my Anno is just about finished. I've reached what I consider as like the very, very, very end. And the same with kind of Satisfactory. I'm doing this massive mega project that's just taking ages. So because this didn't view that well, it's kind of picked up now actually a bit over time, but because it wasn't viewing that well, I decided, okay, I'm gonna stop doing videos for it for a little bit and come back with like when the project is done and talk about how I did the project. So we'll see how we do with that. Guy says, don't forget to put back in the metro station that you removed. Bus is going in front. I don't need to do that. This is the metro station that I removed. This has a combined metro and train. I don't think I need a station here anymore, personally. There's one here and here. So I feel like that's a pretty reasonable distance between the two. For the trains track, don't forget that the bypass track should be the track that goes straight. Yeah. Yeah, this is the outer tracks. That's the one that'll be going straight. And the turn off will go into the side. Thanks for the reminder, though. When you put back industries, use as much as your own. Plastic, household goods, clothing. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, each terminal should have its own road instead of... Yep, that's a great point. Okay, we'll stick with a singular road there, but we'll have a bigger road in from it, not too far in from it, that connects them both. That makes sense. A 4-lane industrial road. No, we'll just keep it with 2 lanes. Actually, a 4-lane on this would make sense. Let's do that. Small 4-lane road. And then I'll just shape it in a moment to conform a bit better. And then we can upgrade that one to be 4 lanes. So that means that the left lane people use to stop at their buildings, right? I think it does some things, though, with people wanting to cross over, which it doesn't like. Alright, like I said, I don't know why it raised it, but we can just lower it back down into the ground. No big deal. Turn on our contour lines so we can see what we're doing. I don't know if it's a bad idea, like having... I like the idea of it just being pretty much as close as possible. Seems like that's what you should do. See if that works. So I'm trying to put the nodes at the corners of the buildings, and then we can adjust the height afterwards. I guess I'll do that afterwards. So yeah, just... Oh my god. Dude, this is... I don't know how to... Oh, could you do parallel, actually? That might work. Maybe that'd be better. So I have to move it forward and then raise it constantly as I do that. I guess it's because of the way the train is underneath the key. Yeah, I think that parallel thing might work. I'm not too sure though. I guess I should just try that just to see does that work before I try to do that. So if we select parallel track, so we have this road selected, parallel mode, and then select the key. Yeah, it seems to be working pretty much. and then bring it way in. Nice. Bit better. So plus or minus to change the offset. I wonder does holding shift... No. I was wondering if I could get a more fine offset. So I'm at 13, like can I get to 13.5? Shift is times 10, control... there we go. Okay. Good to know that you can do that. That'll make things easier as well. So it's just slightly lowered, so we just want to raise it just a bit. And then connect this one in the same way. Sure, why not? Did you watch the economy feature video for CS2? I did, yeah. I gotta say, I wasn't fully paying attention though. I probably need to watch it again. A lot of people keep telling me about it, as if it's super complicated. But when I watched it, I was like, isn't this just pretty much how the other game works? This game. I didn't really notice. I don't know. I need to watch it again. Let's just put it that way. Because yeah, I watched it when it came out, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Seems good to me. Yeah, I like pretty much everything they've shown so far. Alright, sorry that I've taken so long with this, but it's, I guess, trying to get it looking as neat as possible, and natural as possible along the quayside. Alright, so I wonder, could you just move that out now? And then connect in a road, you know? Then what we have to do, break off the road. So it might happen, what is this again? Cargo Harbour. A good spot for it? I don't really see why it's not. A little close to that, I guess. Maybe just shift it over a little bit. And we'll just push it forward and lower it down just slightly so that the roads can line up easier. And then, yeah, we'll just change what that road type is. Damn it. So, unlock. I need to deselect that. Select this. There we go. Got it. Okay, so there we go. So now we've got a pretty nice, anyway, road going pretty much parallel to the quayside. We could do that better in future then as well as we want to loop around. So that's a 4-lane road, so I think it will allow people to kind of pull in and stop without blocking the traffic too much. Leave that the way it was, I guess. And it seems quite seamless, so that's good. Alright, I still don't know how big the maps are going to be. Square kilometers means nothing to me. Oh, there's actually... City Planner Plays, I believe, has a video on the differences in size. Oh no, actually I think as well... I'm sure he does, but I think the actual YouTube channel for City Skylines broke it down again and said, like... God, why is my mind... I'm sorry, I'm trying to read while I'm talking. Basically... The actual City Skylines YouTube channel did a deeper dive on the map size and what it really means and how it compares to this game. So you could kind of find that out. City Planner Plays, the YouTuber, he then compared it to like even the mods that this game uses. So that I guess the info is out there if you want to have a look. Now, I have a fear City Skylines 2 looking weird. I think the game looks super bad when it's zoomed in, but super good when it's zoomed out. So in my opinion, we could have a quick look at it. We'll just have a look at that economy one, right? I've been saying that for a while. I said it on my previous stream. That I can't believe people aren't like, what the hell's up with what it looks like when you zoom in. So out here, looks amazing. Super good. If we go, and I like the infographic views. Although I do feel like they're somewhat hard to read because the buildings aren't always covered by some of the heat maps. Because it's to do with land value or whatever, but we'll see how that actually feels to play. The thing that I think looks really bad is roads. Like the texture on roads. Let's see, yeah, here we are zoomed in. So once we're zoomed in, like I'll just pause it there. I mean, I got no real complaints about, I suppose, the machines, but it's very cartoony looking here. Especially like the roads and details and stuff. Like the real detail on what's on the ground. Like it looks like there's no texture. There's no delineation between where the road ends and where the grass begins, so there's no like overlap or shadows or lining. It's just texture on another texture, you know? There's no grass even, if you really look at it. It's just green texture on the ground. You're not seeing anything. But here, up high, lighting kicks in. Things look great. Really natural looking. Looks beautiful. I just think it's when you really zoom in, it looks quite bad. Like if you zoom in a lot. I think the cars even look pretty good, but it's just like, what is this? Like it's all, you know, no offense, but it looks almost like it was drawn in. Well, it's just like it looks like clip art or something to me. And I don't think it's like, oh, it's beta or anything. I don't think I don't think that's gonna change. They've shown it enough times now where I'm pretty sure that's just the way it is. But again, I think at the high level, it looks great. So my guess is, as to why it looks like this, is because this game's scale does seem to be far larger than this City Skylines 1. It seems to be way larger, and potentially far larger if you want to really build all the way out. So because of that, I think they sacrifice the detail when you zoom in for performance reasons. But at that mid-tier level where you'll pretty much always be, it looks really good. So just again, not trying to be negative, just saying it looks great up here. Fantastic. Looks awesome. But it's just when you start to get just that little bit close, it starts to not look as good. And then sometimes you'll see in the videos, and they really get down on the ground, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't even believe you showed that. Actually, these buildings look really good as well. Buildings look great. No problem there either. They have like little brick textures, even the individual windows are rendered. You'll notice that there's different rooms, and when the camera moves, they're like these parallax rooms, so it gives the effect of depth. So that's all really great. Again, I think they've done a great job on all that. But it's just, yeah, it's just something to do with the base tier road. So I'm sure, like, if you just get a mod, I'm sure there'll be a mod that just changes the texture of roads. Just add a little detail of tarmac, you know? Little granular detail there. I think that would make a big world of difference. It might also just be for the readability of things that they kept it clean. Yeah, that's what I was looking at in the recent trailer. I was like, really? This is just what this road looks like. Like, it looks like there's no texture on the road. To me. But I know I'm getting a bit hung up on just specifically the roads. I do also think the transparent nature of the windows, while I get what they were going for, makes things hard to read. I don't know if you could adjust that to make it darker or something. I think it's a little too transparent. That might just be me. Again, I think when you're playing the game, you'll probably just forget that. You won't be looking through it the way I am. I thought that at the beginning, though, as well. Like here. This, I just feel like, is really difficult to read screen. Because we've got a transparent window here. We've got a transparent, like, blueprint. We have a zoning overlay. And then the outline of the building itself that you're about to place down. I just feel like that's really messy looking. To know specifically what you're doing. I'm guessing, in the moment, when you're placing the building, much more straightforward. But just as a visual, just watching it as a spectator here, it takes a minute for you to kind of adjust like what's even happening, at least for me. So I feel like that could be... I just don't think I'm a super big fan of the transparency in the windows. I am in other games, but I just think in this one there's so much info on the screen and behind the screen that it's kind of cluttered. But yeah, I mean, overall though, I'm still super happy with what they're doing and how everything looks. I think it looks great. I think they're doing a great job with their marketing as well, like very consistent. And they always follow up like with the developer insight video after the fact, so that's good. Anyway. Might get better because the textures in earlier videos are worse. I'm gonna bet you money that it's not gonna get any better, but could be wrong. And I just feel like I've been around long enough to see that the people that come out and say like, oh, it's alpha, you know, it's alpha, it's gonna get better, it's beta, it's gonna get better. It almost never ever does. Especially when there's a month to go. I guess there's 2 months to go now, so there's still potential, but I would imagine these 2 months they're optimizing, just doing optimization. You would not want to be changing the look and feel of graphics this late, because then that's going to make your optimization challenge even higher. Like for instance, if you change the road texture to be more detailed, suddenly you're just after affecting like the optimization of the game in a big way. So you're going to have to, you know, it's going to delay things. They have to have their game certified for console about 6 weeks before launch. So October 24th is the launch. Mid-September, that game is locked down. There is nothing getting added to that game at that point other than bug fixes and whatever's going to be arriving in that day one patch. Bug fixes, optimization. So we're so close now that I think that's the likely state of the game. Anyways, hey Silver Coffee. I recently finished Octopath 2 since I know you're going through it. It wraps up so excellently and ties up the game's themes pretty neatly. Nice. Yeah, I've heard people say, obviously don't spoil anything. I've heard people say there's a final boss. I didn't even know there would be. Because at the moment, I've only finished one storyline so far, Oswald. Everyone else is on their final chapter, and everyone else is level 50, so I'm ready to go. So it's just a matter of playing through each final kind of chapter. I was kind of getting some of the extra weapons and doing some of the additional jobs. Anyway, okay, so this is going to go in a straight line. Cargo terminal. Cargo train terminal. I feel like it should be... This needs its own road to be quite busy. Okay, so I'm just trying to work out the logistics. Right, so we've got an oil platform here, here, and here. Trucks are going to be generating here and then needing to drive to probably somewhere down here, so we'll have a bunch of factories. Yeah, so we'll need another road going parallel to this one that comes over. Yeah, okay, so let's get this out of the way. Let's get a medium industrial road. And I want it to basically go parallel, not specifically parallel, but like basically parallel like this. And we can push it in just a further. I don't think, does it need... No, actually, you know, yeah, you can be close to the track. That's okay. My idea is basically something, yeah, it would have to come further forward and then turn, probably at an angle, and go out that way, and then that will link into it. Okay, I'm not hating it. Yeah, and then we'll have various factories and things down this way. So again, this road can like kind of loop around or something. To some extent. I guess I could just follow the track. Let me grab that road. We're going to do a parallel version of it next to the quayside again. And bring it in line. What was it? Control? Yeah. Alrighty. Apologies have been asked and answered, but what's the status of Satisfactory? Still working on it. It's just going to take a while. I know it's taken a very long time, It's because I'm doing two things at, well, three things at once, I guess, but two things more specifically, which is I'm trying to end my Anno series, and because that's at the very end as well, I don't know if I can even show you. Let's see. Yeah. So my Anno series has, I actually did clear out a bunch of the recordings, but how much is this? 80 gigs of just like footage. I'm listening to the Oppenheimer soundtrack. I actually shouldn't play that because I'll get copyright striked. Yeah, so I'm building out, like doing final touches. This is all going to go into a big time lapse in a video for Anno. So that's for the end of that series. And because that takes a long time, it's like these huge time lapses I'm doing. Literally like an hour is going to be a time lapse, which means I've condensed down maybe 7 or 8 hours or something into a 60-minute video. So it's taking a very long time. But also I'm building out in Satisfactory the interior of like Big Shell and stuff. It just takes a long time. So I'm working on stuff. It's just going to take a while. I'll read the chat just in 1 second. Let me just get the height of this correct. It's just a little sunken in. About there. Oh, there's a node here. That's an awkward transition. Alright, let's leave it at that. Smoothing it at some point in the future. So, Mario says, do parallel road by metro line with the tool. Yeah, I didn't... This needs to... Yeah, the metro line needs to go along this road. This road I'm happy to have further in. So I need to do that as well. So let's do that next. Right, so that's parallel right there. So select the metro line. Select the parallel tool again. This node cannot be reached. Don't think so. Okay. Right. Could do the create the smooth curve tool, right? I think it's this to this. There we go. Smooth. Let's lower that terrain then, I guess. And our road is massively raised. Okay, so about there, something like that. Might straighten that bit out then, because it doesn't need to be like that. Alright, cool. Looking a bit neater. Especially if you get rid of that. And we just hide things for a moment. So this is what we got. We have a road that goes down into a combined train station and metro station. So metro's on the left, got the yellow on the track. This is a regular train station. It's a passenger station, not a cargo station. So the cargo will go along a separate line, head further down into the docks. At least that's the plan so far. Okay, so this area will need to be just... If I could straighten that line out. Range it line, go to from there to here. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, a bit better. It's just quite high up, so I need to actually lower it all. And then we could put some trees or something in between this side of the road and the metro line. Not too close to the metro line, because you don't want trees overlapping it, but... Alright, and then I'll do an arrange at slope mode. The reason I'm doing this first is just to set a general height, and then it can just like even it out. Especially here at the end. Whoa. Two big avenues side by side don't look that realistic in my opinion. One's an industrial area. It's inside the industrial. This is like a residential street. There'd be like trees and stuff delineating the two so you don't really just see in. Maybe even fences and things. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not working off of realism here. I try to generally, but I don't know if this has ever been done before, this type of thing. It's all kind of because of this building. Oh. Yeah, so we'll see. Alright. Yeah, it's still not just... there's a little curve in it. I'm just not quite happy with. I'm trying to just balance out that curve. What if you just went to here? No, it's too much then. Bit better. And then maybe I'll just go straight line across. Because for an industrial road, I just feel like they should be straight. And then it needs to connect in somewhere there. Don't know if it's going to go up much further. It might do. Just don't know what I'm going to do in the future with that. Right, so the idea is that this area here is going to be where a lot of the refinement happens. Some of it will be even ore extraction, but a lot of it's just going to be refinement and more ore extraction down this way. The idea is that they get onto this 4-lane road. Some of them are piling out of this place, but they're going to go down various smaller roads into this area. Warehouses and things like that. Where a lot of them will need to go, though, is out this way. So this will need to combine onto this road, and that road needs to go out this way somewhere. At least that's the plan. Do you think you'll use assets in City Skylines 2? Do you mean like unique buildings and stuff? It depends what the mod situation is like. I imagine when the game first releases, it's going to be getting updates every week. So mods are going to be constantly breaking. And is it the Sims soundtrack? It is. So early on, I won't be playing modded. I'll just be playing regular. Unless it's just aesthetic mods that don't affect the gameplay. Yeah, I like Subnautica. I played it before. Loved it. Have I used the first-person camera yet? Yeah. What people do I watch on YouTube? Not very many anymore. I watch... It depends. Are you asking about gaming or not? Lately, so I'm really interested in physics. So I've been just watching tons of stuff about quantum physics and stuff. I'm just interested in it. Not very knowledgeable about it, but I watch a lot of it. So various different physicists and astronomers and astrophysicists and particle theorists talking about how everything works. That's what I watch a lot on YouTube of. Gaming-wise, I don't really watch that much. I've been watching Jack Frags a little bit lately. Used to watch him back in the day a lot, him and Frankie on PC. But yeah, recently I've been getting back into Battlefield, so I started watching him again. I think my first city will be vanilla. I think it would have to be if you're playing it on the when it comes out anyway, because it's just going to be too unstable, I think, to be building on a game that's going to be definitely updating a lot. All right, so cargo train terminal. Cargo train terminal, and then we have a cargo harbor. I'm thinking putting it somewhere like here. So we need the yeah. All right. I don't know if it's weird to break this road off like this at this point as well. Seems like that's what we got to do. And then that would have to connect into it, which is the thing I worry about. It's like, oh, that's a bit messy, isn't it? Yeah. Hmm. Effectively what I want, and then this is gonna have to go along that way. Something like that, and then this will turn into there. You could probably get closer down to that area. I just think that's crazy, though. 825, Saroj, thank you. Sorry, I missed your... Oh, you retracted the message, Joe. Wait, I just joined. Can you restart? Will you use any of the district styles when you build a new one? So, people have asked me to do this several times. Butler has European on. None of the buildings changed to European. So I don't know if it's working for me. So no is the answer. Maybe a roundabout would be good there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm just trying to think of the general flow, right? A lot of the trucks that come out of this way are going to be turning right and going down into their various factories. So that's fine. I don't know if there's really going to be much crossover between these two. There kind of shouldn't be, but there might be. I'm trying to think, like, cars that will be coming into this area for the first time. Like, are they going to go out to the left? There'll probably be another way to cross over out here. So I think it'll be okay. Well, I guess we'll see. It is strange, though. I'm not going to deny that. I wonder, can we bring this down a bit? Yeah, let me change that music. Starting to get a little repetitive. Alright. Reminder that this is the progress after 2 hours, I know, right? Well, it's because I'm also chatting with you guys. I get distracted. That's my bad. I'm not normally quite as slow as this. Okay. We need it to be on this side. That would be a very busy spot, right? Because... Oh, yeah. Actually, okay. I'm foreseeing many problems, actually. So we're going to be making a lot of products out here and things that are going to be exported. And then everything has to get over here to get exported, right? To these two places. So that's a little rough. You could have a cargo harbor maybe in here as well. So they don't have to go... Not everyone has to go all the way over here. The other alternative is maybe just bringing this passenger thing down just a little further down this way. It's probably just a bit too far forward, and then we can have a smoother connection going across it. Maybe I'll do that. I think that would make sense. So just... It'll be a straight line, so it shouldn't involve too much editing. So just bring this down a bit. About to there. That gives us a little bit more room to work with, I think. Alright, we'll smoothen all the terrain and stuff out later. Just trying to get the general logistics locked in. Okay. So annoying that it's doing that. Do wonder if a roundabout would be better, so that way it's always free flowing. Anyway, hey Vin. Looks like my favorite streamer streaming my favorite game. That's what I like to hear. Maybe have a one-way exit at the leftmost area. Kind of like your original industrial district. Oh yeah, that might be a good idea. So that people kind of just flow naturally out that way. Not sure where they join out to though. That's the only issue. They'd have to cross over the rail. Still thinking about that. You should put the post office depot in this area too. Yeah, that'd be a good one to have. This one, right? The post sorting facility. Yeah. Yeah, so this place is going to have waste treatment as well. So it's an industrial harbor, right? So waste treatment, so that's going to pollute further in. Don't want to pollute in the water. Then there's the oil harbors and then the multiple terminals that carry things away. So let's just chop this bit away. Alright, so I need a parallel line next to this one, basically. That's our bypass. Then we have to create a curve that links the two. And then we need to create a curve that links this and this, but it won't let me do that probably. This is where I think I'll have to just use Anarchy. No, that's done a different type of track, actually. There we go. It's kind of cool, actually, though. If you select the track in here to copy it, it gives it a different look completely. It's not like that gravelly look that we have now. That's a node, is it? Or can I just get rid of that? Yeah. Maybe just should bring this one in just a bit more. As long as the tracks are there, it means it's connected correctly. But that's pretty weird, I think, for this train. Well, not too bad, actually. I don't know. When I zoom out, I'm like, yeah, it looks weird, but up close it's not too bad. Can we maybe bring this back a bit? And maybe bring that forward? Does that help it out? I think that makes more sense. Alright, and then you're into your cargo terminal. Now, there's nowhere for that to go. I did want this line to continue and then eventually hit into there. Now this could be placed somewhere else. I don't know where I'm going to put it. It could be here, maybe about there. It's just the concern. It's such an odd building. I really don't know how to make use of it because the train tracks are right out on the ocean. You know what I mean? So because of that, I need this track to like overlap a road and probably another road and then get to it. It's really, seems really awkward. Nice to have a hybrid building like that, but it just seems impractical to put the rail there. Almost seems like the rail should be on this side. You know, further in from the road, if anything. With a, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would work though, but all right. Any other small industry road? Let's just connect up this area as well. We'll have this come out as well. So I suppose not everyone is taking this in. Yeah, because people will just take the main route as well if they can. If they can. Alright, cool. I like how it's kind of coming together though. The other thing we need that I didn't actually think about is the harbor. Cargo harbor, that's what we're just dealing with. The cargo hub. Yep, we have that one. The ferry depot, that's what we need. A ferry stop for people to get off. A ferry pier. Stop with room for 2 ferries at once. Would that be crazy for them to work? Does this have a road built into it? Oh, it does. Yeah, I'm thinking somewhere like down there so they can get the ferry in and out. Maybe over here would be better because it's closer to the train stations. Like this one. Maybe there would be a good spot. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Unless people have issues. I had issues with that European style as well. Weird. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just something to do with the mods I'm using. Because people do say that in the comments a lot. They're like, oh, mix the types. And it's like, I guess I haven't said it, but it's like, I actually did try that. Oh, crap. But it's not really working. And then I'll need the ferry depot somewhere down here as well. Maybe I could put that on the side because I haven't done the road for it yet. That's where ferries are going to come out of. Alrighty. Sink this down. Okay, cool. So yeah, people can commute to work via ferry. Although the only problem with that is they have to go like around this peninsula to, because I was thinking I was probably going to put one there. So it's kind of a bit of a longer journey than it really needs to be. Getting the metro is just way more efficient for these people. They have a metro here, takes them right to this location. Is there a way to... Yeah. Tell you what, let me just select the infographic without a building in hand, and that would probably work better. I don't want a building in my hand. Can we just like not have that, please? Everything just puts a building in my hand. There we go. Alright, so yeah, anyway. All these metro stops connect to the yellow line. The yellow line takes you straight out to our new area, or it will do. So, seems kind of irrelevant having ferry transport, but maybe some people will get it. I don't know. Maybe it'll work when it's further down or something. People will get it in that way too. Maybe a small ferry up the river. Yeah, I thought about that. I was thinking of doing fishing industry along this side. Because they can do fishing along the river. So there's salmon in there. There's shellfish out here. Didn't even realize this. There's shellfish all over. And tuna. Do we have any tuna? Not that I can see. So yeah, so it seemed like instead of having ferries go up and down, I mean, you could do that. I guess there's no real reason not to. But I definitely thought fishing would be a good idea to have some fishing ships go up and down these ways. That'd be part of this industry, this whole industrial area in a way. Oh man. Okay, so let's just keep going. Bring this down a bit. And then we'll connect up these roads again. Okay. And then if we unlock those segments, we can change them to be the same type. Is that a 4-lane? It is indeed. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, so there we go. We are reconnected. Maybe that's better. Okay.
Alright, and then just connect those bits with another road here, maybe. So that gives us an enclosed area to work with within the shoreline. Remember, there'll be trees and things that'll kind of break this up a bit, and other things that makes it look a bit more natural. I know it is a little strange being so close to another road like that, but it is a kind of a separate area. I feel like there's a reason it would be like that. And also, if we leave the cliff in there a bit, that makes more sense too. It's like, okay, yeah, it's like the terrain shape is given rise to the reason for that. Okay. Some people just mentioned you should lock them back. Oh, really? Okay. Click to unlock this segment. Did I... Okay. What about... Click to lock it. Those ones don't matter because they don't have a road built in anyway. Okay. Hopefully that helps. They don't need it either. Alright. So, any ideas with this in terms of bringing that train line into it? Do you have any idea of where it should be placed? Should I even bother using it? Because I almost think it's so difficult to work out how I'm going to do that. I'm not even sure. So this cargo terminal here, this will be an end stop. Trains will just come back out that way. I do worry that the split off for that doesn't give much lead up time. Maybe I could actually branch it off here. I might do that instead, yeah. I spent a while on that. But while you guys are answering that question, hopefully, I'll do this. So we're going to grab the regular track here. Branch it off. Actually, we should do parallel. Just make a parallel track actually straight away. And then we can link into it. And that should be nice and seamless, I think, once we get it down. Wow, it made very big segments. I thought it would make smaller ones, but I guess at least we have that. Let's turn off Anarchy and see what kind of shape would you want to get in there. Hang on one sec, I'll read the chat just one sec. I haven't forgotten about you. Alright, something like that then. That just gives more lead up time in case there is two trains there, you know, coming in there. It would definitely be much closer to the rest of the building, so maybe have the rail loop around to the right side of the pier. Yeah, maybe. That could work. Put that on hold for a minute. Tunnel or bridge for the train track? Well, either way, it's going to have to go under or over. It can actually go on road and create a signal crossing. Maybe not the best idea, but it can do that, so that's a maybe. We'll also loop around while also inching the pier more onto land with Anarchy. A canal to the center area. Canal into the center area for use it sideways. No, I don't think I need to use a canal. Maybe I'm wrong, but I missed your answer about additional satisfactory YouTube videos. All you need to know, because I have talked about it a bit, more are coming. I just don't know when, because it's taking a long time. But I'm actively playing it almost every day, building up the next video. So I'm working on it. It's just going to take a while. Now, not all videos are going to take a month. I have had just a particularly busy period.
I'm like learning to drive and stuff as well. So it's just a lot of stuff has been pulling my attention away. But once my Anno video is out, then it's really just, it should be the Satisfactory should be next. And once that's out, then it'll be a, once the big shell thing is done, it should be a clear path to actually finishing the game. Coffee Stain are back in the studios though, so I'm hoping that when they start doing update 8 again, I can switch over to that and start making content for that, because it still doesn't run for me, and they haven't updated the game because they were away. But yeah, I like the idea of, so basically what, bringing a track up this way and then looping it around into the back. And then what, maybe bringing this back out and looping it again? Well, I guess either, if you loop to connect to the front, it would be connection either way. You can make one-way tracks though, so... Place it here for a second and see. What will be the method of getting over there? Yeah, so this rail line, I guess, could just go around there and just stop, right? It doesn't have to loop, yeah, because it would defeat the purpose. This doesn't go anywhere. This is the end bit for here. So this can just go straight along the base of the little cliff we've created and loop around into the back. This is the edge of the map. I don't really plan on expanding ever out there. Let's just have a look at what that would look like. Well, we need to bring this in further, right? Because that line is just so far out in the water, it's ridiculous. Let's bring this down. I would say about there. We still need to connect into there. It seems like the buildings along the shore are very randomly placed. Those ones have to be. They're, well, kind of, to an extent. They're gaining resources on the... They're tied to the oil rigs, so having them next to each other wouldn't really work. But I'm open to having other things in there, or just trying to add props and other things to make it look a bit better. I know it is just like segment, 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 but I'm not really too sure what else you can do. You might be able to build key out to make it look more like a pier. Yeah, I don't know. What could I do to fill the gap there? I mean, if I have the buildings next to each other, then these two things are on top of each other, so I can't really do that. Could put more of this in there, but I'm trying to lower down the amount of traffic. But you could have something like this. I won't do it right now, but just fill that gap. Just keep everything more spaced together. But I don't know. I'm okay with it. Just around the back. Yeah, minimize the crossings, gives more lead in. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's try to do that then. I'm just going to flatten this terrain even further. Let's just get rid of some of the trees. Actually would need a bridge with the way the terrain is going. Cannot build on water. Cannot build on water. Well then, what is a man to do? Something like this, and then the track should be able to go along there at least. We're smoothing it out. I'm just trying to see how this would work. Not like that. Alright, so... will you make a highlights video out of the stream? So this will probably be included as a time-lapse in my next main video for this series. That's what I did before. Right, so let's see. If we go create curve from here to there. Well, that's not a great curve, is it? Control F to switch to follow terrain. That didn't work. Got a different mod that does something with that. That should have just connected it. Normally it would just create a nice sine curve right over, but it's not doing it. Wonder why. Okay. Certainly seems like it would be more helpful if this was here, not on the bend. Let's do that. What I might do in future is, if I want to fill those gaps, I could get this kind of prop, put more in there, and just put like containers and things on it, so it looks like it's all one continuous thing. Oh, sorry, I forgot I have to go way over. I might have forgotten the hotkey to reverse the curve. Because I probably would have done it, actually. Does that work? No? Didn't think it would. For a moment, I'll move that in a sec. Alright, so give me that train line. Oh my god, this is so... I can't imagine doing this in vanilla. This must be hell. Okay, so there's your terrain. Terrain. Pull up. I guess we're on a slight hill. Watch this never get used as well, like no train ever uses it or something. Be quite frustrating. So, are we on a grid? Apparently so. Don't know how to just go straight. It's bending it off to the side for some reason. There we go. Okay, so let's see if we can get a curve to work on both of these. Okay. Then we grab the curve tool, click here, click there. So, click on the node to change the direction. I'm clicking. So yeah, I don't know how to change the direction. Click, click, click on node to change create direction. Not sure. Well, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. So we'll go to maybe to about there. That's 20 units, and we come across 20. Well, I guess I don't know the distance between the two. So first of all, so it's 20. It's just, let's say 30. We go to 15. Then we come across to about 15 or 14. This one needs to do the same. Go to 15. Then come across. That gives us a really straightforward loop. Hopefully not too wide of an angle. I think it's okay. Or too short, sharp of an angle. Anyway, yeah, I tried right click. Left click didn't work. Control F didn't work, so not sure. Now, as for this, now we're really out there. If we can get just a bit closer to the edge. Alright, let's try bring that down. I'm happy to have it just connect in there, but underneath. I don't want the train track running on the quay necessarily, but I don't know what else to really do about that. Feels like it does kind of just need to be right next to it anyway. I don't know, this doesn't feel right at all. Okay, yeah. So the quayside could maybe come out here and then cut in like that. At a right angle. That might work. Excuse me. You should do an industrial fence around the whole area when you're done. Yeah, maybe. I did that before and people complained about it. They said, I don't know if there would be a fence going around. It was out here. It had a fence going around the entire area. I don't know. People were just saying, like, I don't know if that would really happen. Maybe it would. I don't know. At the very end, each segment has a little bit that goes green to flip the direction. That won't do what you're hoping, though. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that it didn't have, like, a little end bit. Okay, so. Grab that key. We'll start maybe just a bit further out. If I can. We start in here and... I guess maybe I'll raise that terrain again. Then we could just remove the train when we don't need it. So, click this. Go like this. We're just going to be quite liberal with how far out we go. Grab that quayside, and we want to kind of pretty much go parallel to the thing, I guess, but something like this. Yeah, so that's fine, but we need to just bring that further over. About there. Sink it underneath, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And maybe we'll put some rocks or something here at the end to make it look like it's the end point. Okay, so now we need to grab lower down, shave away the edge. I could smoothen that then afterwards. Okay, yeah, better, right? So now it's not so weird. Definitely better. We have a little bit there, so let's see if we can get rid of that. Might be tricky. Again, we'll select the set level. Bring the size way down for this one. Yeah, don't know. Doesn't seem to want it. Come on. Yeah, don't know. Doesn't seem to want to get rid of that bit. How far in would we have to go? No, I can't seem to do it. That's a shame. What about just bringing that further out then? Trying to select the end node, but I can't really get it because the train track is right on top. The end node of this. So like this, but on that side. I think it looks fine just having the track flush with the key. Ah, damn it, game. Why must you do this? Just get rid of it. Why is it there? I don't understand. It's not on this side. This side could be edited. What's the problem? Is it to do with the key itself? Probably, right? Just move that for a second so I can get to this bit. There we go. Okay, let's see if that works now. 'Cause now the key's gone way more forward. No. I don't know. Move the building? Well, I need the building to kind of be where it is. Does seem to be to do with the train track in the building, though. The only other thing I can think of doing is putting a giant rock there so you just don't see it, but that would look weird. Can't get rid of that bit that's over there as well. Yeah, strange. Is there a node I could change here? It is the train track that's doing it. Okay. What about if I make the train track like elevated, and then it won't want to have a piece underneath it? Forces use of elevated pieces if available. That does work. And then we'll just shift that over a bit, so we don't see it so much. So let's make this a middle. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to change that, so it's just going to have to go up on that little raised ramp. I can make it smaller and smaller and smaller, I guess. Then it becomes like a steep little climb. Maybe that's okay. Alright, again, see if we can just get some of the terrain here. Maybe bring it up just slightly. Smoothing, maybe? No, that doesn't seem to work. So I'm selecting a piece of terrain, its height, and then trying to bring it up there. Maybe just even the tiniest bit raise. Yeah, it doesn't really want to let me affect anything else there. I think I'm being getting a bit too fixated on it anyway. We got rid of the main bit. That's the important thing. Alright, so grab this. Yeah, that can go away now. Good. Alright, clean. Super clean. Alright, so now our railway has to split off somewhere down here. Let's get rid of the fire safety thing. 3-hour mark? Oh, it's fine. How has it gone as quick as last time? No. I felt this one a bit more. That was crazy, though. It's been caused by the buildings. Disconnect the tracks and reshape the terrain and then reconnect them. I know I'm reading this very late. Sorry, I've got it now. You can always make a decoration around it. Yeah, like bushes and things can hide it just a little bit. So we'll do some of that. I did a bit. I don't mind this bit. This is fine. It looks good now. I'm happy with it. This is what we got. Pretty clean. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Further down, quite clean. We have a nice 4-lane road. That needs to now connect over to there. So let's do that. So I'll try to speed up just a bit. Unlocked. There's just a bit of water floating in there. Don't worry about that. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. By the way, shout out earlier to the super chats that we got from Darcy. And appreciate all the subs. The subs are popping up down in the bottom right. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Trying to get to that 100k by the end of the year. Why? Don't know. Ego, I guess. So subscribe if you haven't. Okay, let's just grab this, connect it over there, and we can just shape it a bit. Put a little curve in it. We bring that down, way down. You know what? Just see if we can create the curve tool itself. There we go. Better. That's what I was trying to do, and failing miserably. So we've unlocked that segment, haven't relocked it yet, but we want to upgrade it. Alright, so that's now the same type of road. And yeah, just lock that back in, I guess. Apparently we need to do that. All right, that's hooked up. I don't know what's gonna go in all these little patches we have here, but at the very least it'll be just trees and decorations. I appreciate City Skylines series that spend this much time on their cities. It makes it much more enjoyable. Thank you. Sorry, my cat has just jumped up, blocking the monitor. Alrighty. What else? What's next? So that's the rail done, right? The rail is pretty much done. Oh yeah, sorry, you have to connect it up here and then we're done. So this is a temporary road. I just moved some of the stuff here just for the moment before we move it back. But I imagine a lot of the water treatment is going to be done on this side, actually, so that'd be good. But we can just disconnect that for the moment. This train line is running pretty straight, so yeah. Could we have tucked that in further? Probably. You can actually make it parallel to the road now that I know that I can do that, so... Previously, I didn't think you could... I thought you could only make parallel things when they were the same object, so like 2 pieces of highway, or 2 pieces of regular road, or 2 rail. I didn't know you could actually do it where you just use one type of road with another piece of transport. So train line selected, select parallel mode, we'll select here. So we want it to loop around pretty parallel to about there. Extend it out just so it's not right on top of the traffic. There. Go a bit further actually. Lock it in. That would be straight if we went that direction. Okay, I'm just trying to think where should the straight... You don't want to be winding around the whole thing. There's no need. You want to go straight at this point, really. But we need to tilt this just a bit over to the left. Gives us a pretty good angle. Maybe get to about there, and then we'll start curving with the road again. Could maybe push the road in just slightly. Uh-oh, I'm missing a piece. Man, there's a lot of nodes there for some reason, but okay. Maybe just smoothing that out a bit. There we go. Smoothing that out. Better. So, parallel with the road now. I guess starting maybe about there. We want to go parallel to about here. If we can. Alright, shape this, bring this out to the right. Want to kind of keep it straight and going straight into that one. Then we'll smoothen it again once we connect them, and then we'll have a branch that comes off that goes into the actual thing there. So that's like the passenger line. Okay. Isn't there a warehouse asset that looks like a bunch of shipping containers? Also, I believe there is a node connector function in that mod. Yeah, I've never been able to make it work, the node connector. It just it almost like overlaps them. I watched a video about it and it worked for him, but when I did it, it was like 2 roads were just placed on top of each other, like on the same point. They weren't actually connected, so I couldn't get it to work. Maybe I'll play around with it more in future, but I did try it before, to be fair. Better. Pretty straight, although we have a weird bit there. There we go. Don't know why it always wants to, just by default, without Anarchy on, it always wants to make the tiniest little turn ever. Whereas for a train, I feel like you'd want it to be much bigger than that. Alright, there we go. So yeah, we need to smoothen that out. So let's do a nice slope heading down. So start there, I guess. Why not? Get it to go down here. Super even. Better. Yeah. A 4% decline. A 5% decline, so it's kind of a little bit heavy. Okay. Hey, Chris. Further from the road. Yeah, I noticed that that bit is really close, so I might push that out as well. Don't worry. I did notice that. So just smoothing out the terrain just a little bit here. Let's bring that up. See if we can flatten out that cliff. Wow, it's not budging on that one though. It's a bit strange. I just don't really know what to do with it. I'm not very good with landscaping. The next thing then is smoothing out the road because it has the same issue. So let's start there. I could bring it all the way to there. Just make a smooth decline. That's better. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is just manually lowering it myself earlier than it was trying to do it. So that way they run a bit more parallel to each other. This means a sharper decline. Is that good enough? Now I don't know if this is just going to raise it again. It might do. If it does, apologies. We'll just go back over it, but I thought maybe it would just smoothen out that. Yeah, that's okay. And then at the end it needs to be smoothened again. Alright, good enough. Oh my god. I think rail is supposed to only have a 3% grade at the very most. Maybe start lowering the rail even earlier. But yeah, the problem is that the terrain doesn't... You'd be just cutting down into the terrain. I'm okay with it for the sake of the game. But you're right. You really should never even have more than 2%, I would say. And I think I tried to do that in various places here. But I don't know. Like, how does it work in real life when people are getting their... Let's have a look. Excuse me. When people are bringing tracks down to sea level, you know? Do they really just start lowering it from very far out? Oh, you can see that. I didn't realize I had that on. Cool. Let's see. Public transport, maybe? I'd need to know, I don't even know where, but this is Dover Cargo Terminal. I would need to know where a place like this has a train line running into it. You know, a ferry terminal also has a train line. Because that's where it would be this kind of thing, where we see an actual train line running into it. I can't even see a train line right now. There's a train station there. Because yeah, my thought would be like you'd have to seriously, if you want a smooth decline, then you'd have to be cutting deeper into the terrain all the way up, like for miles. Which is why I imagine a lot of places don't have train stations near the water. Except for like Amsterdam, right? Because the place is so flat that you can have a train line right on the water. Because it's all the same height anyway, basically. Folkestone. There's a huge... Where is this? Yeah, but even then, like, the train is so far in from the water, you know? Think of how much further that is in versus where mine is. Oh my god. Mine is, like, practically on the water. That's cool, though. God, it looks complicated. That is crazy. People do that in City Skylines, and I thought it was just... People just do that in games. I didn't think that actually anywhere in the world looked like that. Can't even look up there. You just use a very long tunnel. Wow, look at it. It's all just trucks. It's just like City Skylines. It really is. Like 7 tracks parallel to each other. That's crazy. And that what? That goes under... What was that? Caesar's camp. Is this where Caesar set up when he crossed over? Oh my god. Is this the real Caesar's camp? Like, did he stay here? Sweet. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can smoothen it out even further back. Just once. I don't want to spend too long on it, but we'll go with it. Start lowering it from there. Yeah, so this is what I said. We have to basically tunnel if you want that decline, or the incline, to be leveled out, because this is what you end up getting. So it's a nice smooth decline all the way over there, but look how extreme it has to be. Look at that. And that's why I said, like, for the sake of the game, maybe I'll just leave it, because it's a bit much. Oh, I can't even undo it now. Maybe a tunnel is the answer, though. Maybe a tunnel is. Can we redo what I just did? No. Well, things are severely messed up now. I can't even select that. I don't know what's going on. Uh-oh. Alright. You can go, and you can go. So the track just ends there, does it? Seems like it. We could force the use of tunnel pieces. Make that happen. I guess even this would need to be in the tunnel as well. Rough. Oh yeah, man. I'm not even Roman history obsessed, I'm just Caesar obsessed. So it's specifically seeing it to be Caesar's camp. It's like, oh shit. That's pretty cool. I think so anyway. Alright, so go straight. 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 So what do we need? Tunnel? I feel like I need to just redo the whole thing, don't I? Alright, let's try again. Start it down from this end, actually. Force the use of a tunnel. Keep it dead straight. We're -8 underground. Yeah, I don't know where we need to be, actually. And then we'll create a curve that joins onto the tunnel from here, right? We do that. Okay. Don't know how that made a road. I must have had a road selected by mistake. Kind of cool that you can do that, though. Alright, better. So there we go. So train tunnel begins there. It looks super weird, but whatever. We'll fix that later. And that continues then all the way out to here. We need another... Then I guess I'd try to do the level thing. We'll level it off first with the slope tool. Don't know why it doesn't let me want to do that. The decline actually is not that bad already, so it's totally fine, but let's just see. 1.6%. Yeah, that's good. The whole way. But yeah, it needs another exit out this way. And I feel like maybe that should have been further back then because of it. But whatever, let's just see how we can make this work. We go underground. Yeah, we're going underground now. We want to go to like what, -8? What? How deep is this? This is -8. And then yeah, I don't know, just connect it in here somewhere. Oof. How do I make that look not awful? Can I sink it down? That changes our decline shape, but at least it maybe smoothens that out. We'll build up some terrain around it, I guess. Smoothing out the terrain. We'll put some trees around it as well. Maybe that would make it look better. I don't know if it'd be worth trying to push one of these back just to even that out. Can we do that? So if we select this node, that node. So they're kind of in line with each other, are they? About there? And then we need to make their other side in line with each other as well, I guess, to even it out. Okay, so we've got a little double tunnel thing. Whoops. Wrong mistake. Yeah, that's temporary. That's going to go away, so don't worry about that. But yeah, I guess it's a little bit better. I mean, it's a tunnel, a massive tunnel for the train to run all the way under. So it's going to enter over there. It does look really weird, the way it's so high up on the ground. Don't know specifically why it did that. Guess because we're close to the road or something. Will we see the end of the Ender series? Yeah, totally. I was showing people earlier. I'm working on it. I have loads of footage. Let's see. I'll show you again. Bear with me. Yeah, so I have all these time. I've been working on the new world. Spoilers, I guess. But I've been doing time lapses out here. So I had to unlock lots of golden tickets so I could get some of the new materials that I wanted. And then basically I've just been optimizing and making things look better. Making things look better, and also lots of equipment in there that's gone in there with specific, all these specific ornaments that match what's happening. So this is like all these aluminum foundries here. So I wanted to get some of the golden tickets so I could get the aluminum scrap piles. So I'm really trying to like go in depth with making things look good. I got this unique like oil drum thing at the back of the oil harbor there that's pouring oil in. That came from the golden tickets as well. So yeah, I'm just like always working on it. So don't worry, it's happening in the background. It's just, it'll take a while for that final episode to come out. Right, so the reason for that was because I felt like if I push it in further, I might be able to smoothen this out. Maybe more. I don't know. Doesn't really seem to want to do it. Could add terrain to it, I suppose, rather than smoothing it. Wrong button. And then we just have like a bigger cliff going along the road. I don't mind that. We have that anyway, further back. And then maybe we could just smoothen that out. You could try lower the node before the tunnel, but doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of making the incline, you know, smooth? It's like, yeah, I could go underground and sink this in so that it looks like really blended, but then it's like, well, you're declining a lot just to get to there. Well, I guess we're hiding it. Visually, we wouldn't really notice it as much. But that's why I was avoiding it. It's like, well, you know, that's no longer 1%. That's probably a few percent initially now. As long as you guys can forgive me for that, I'm sure it'll be okay. Anyway, we'll just leave it at that. That's fine. I really want to let time play again so we can just see how this is all shaping up. Okay, so if we look underground real quick, boom. Right, that's what we got. We got a super straight line now, rail line. It forks off onto the passenger side. The cargo side continues this way. One cargo side forks off this way. Another cargo side forks off onto the ferry. Okay, so that's what we've got. And then, of course, we have this long road. So I won't do anything out here just yet. I don't know what we're going to do with that yet. But I think that, I think we've shaped it now. I think pretty much everything is ready to have stuff start getting placed in. So we have, what are these buildings? This is the unique factory that takes in multiple goods. Animal products, crops, and plastics. Clothing factory. I don't think where it would go. It's obviously a huge one. I feel like this probably would go over here somewhere. What else do we have then? We have the oil power plants. They actually receive oil, so it's good to kind of have them nearby. Oil industry main building. I feel like that would be good almost in that fork in the center there, if we could have it. We just anarchy it in right there. Not many people really interact with that building, so I don't mind having it central kind of makes sense to me. It's also near the ferry. Thank you for answering my question, no problem. I don't know if it was me or someone else did. What was? Oh yeah, sorry, I did, yeah. You made a city, damn. I have made a city. The city's big. Or it's getting big. The downtown area is really just its own thing. We've had time pause for a while though. I want to just get this area done, let time play, see how it's all flowing, and then we can wrap it up for the day. Won't be a... Excuse me, there's going to be a new cosmetic pack in it, won't you incorporate it into your campaign? Probably not, just because they're too late. Right, so anyway, waste treatment. I kind of feel like the waste treatment would be good somewhere over here. But it's a bit close to the water. How bad is the pollution from waste? That's how bad it was. Well, that's from all the industry. It's not going to leak out into the water, right? It's probably fine. Advanced water treatment. Advanced inland water treatment plant. And there's 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, did I not place a cargo train? Oh no, I did. It's over there. Yeah. We don't need that one. Cargo train terminal is there. There's only one, but I think it'll be enough with the other avenues that we have. And then there's the plastic factory. Alright, I think let's start laying out some roads in here. This is going to be receiving a bunch of different things. So it's ultimately traffic is going to be coming this way from the harbors, or the, God, why can't I think of the name? Train terminals. Cargo train terminal. Yeah, I feel like we'll just have to make some roads. Okay, so, I'll just use the regular 2-lane industry road. I'll come up to about here. Does that work? Apparently it does. Yeah, so... let's grab that building. I was thinking of just popping it like this. Building already exists. Oh, sorry. It's right on the edge there. Next one is the plastic factory. Tempted to make that a one-way. Maybe I'll do that if we have any problems. The reason I was thinking that is because if things are coming over from here, they're getting delivered in from either the ferry terminal or the cargo terminal. These receive multiple types of goods, so you know that they're going to be pulling from different things. So to have them just have a one continuous flow out that way feels like it would be a good idea, but I'm not sure. Just realized that doesn't look like it's connected. Better. Let's not do that. I was thinking it'd be kind of nice looking. So that's the back of those buildings, and we're going up a hill now. So I would say do that, but move it further up, and then we'll cover it with some trees. Yeah. You should do a car park out the back of the factories. Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking. I was thinking the exact thing. It could be kind of nice. I was actually kind of thinking like some of these extra spaces would make sense for the car park if that's going to be where your main building is. I feel like I'm maybe getting ahead of myself by looking at this right now, but yeah, that obviously wouldn't fit right there, but something like that, because there's a... I guess people are coming in by ferry, they're coming in by rail. I don't know how much need we need or demand we have for a car park, but I suppose there'd be some demand for something. Yeah, I like the idea of maybe putting them at the back of some of these factories. So let's make a road that can come in. Can this road just come in here? Just like that, just like a little one-off thing. Super gray car park. Maybe. Get rid of those two. Thanks for the hearts. Cost a cool 1.5 mil to redevelop the shoreline industry area. Is that what it's cost me so far? That's cool, actually, yeah. Nice. I was just thinking, you could do that. You got a big car park area for these guys. Great little path that links these two areas, maybe. And we can put some trees around. Why the hell not? And do something else there, I don't know. Trees again. Alright, so that's our first area. So those are our two unique factories. We have power plants. 2 oil power plants. So they take in, I don't know what they take. I assume just oil, right? It says oil. We do make petroleum, so that's why I was wondering, do they take the refined good? But I don't think so. I think they just take straight up oil. And if that's the case, I feel like somewhere around the back of here is good, because these are all oil platforms. Maybe even in this pocket here. So again, they could have their own little road cutting in. Might be not a bad idea. So how wide are they? They are 5 grid tiles wide. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there. And not much traffic will flow into them, so I don't mind giving them their own road or another junction close to junction, because it just shouldn't be that busy. Alright, something like that. Oil, power plants, then you get your factories. Fine by me. Yeah, I'm still thinking somewhere out there is where the wastewater treatment's gonna go. I'm thinking inside the loop, but I don't know if that's weird or not. And then obviously we just need regular jobs, regular industry, like generic industry is gonna be here too. So we'll have to just create some roads for that. So is that pretty much it? It's just the water treatment, and then that's it. It's just filling this place with jobs. Yeah, I'd say go here and connect to there. Why not? Something like that, and that way we've got a little bit of room for path. It's going to be slightly uneven no matter what. Oh well. I die inside a little, but yeah, maybe we can just move things then. Move these up by like 1 grid. Ah, crap. Okay. Room for more unique factories, maybe? Yeah, I mean, I don't know which ones. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the post facility. That'd be a good idea. So, lemonade factory. So, I don't have any ore, so I can't make glass. Let's see. Toy factory. I don't have any wood. Can't make toys. Gonna be glass. Petroleum refinery. It needs petroleum, plastic, and metals. I don't have any metals, so I can't do that. And you can't import them, right? So this can't do that either. Food factory, can't do that. Don't have paper. Sneaker factory, can't do that. Don't have paper. Yeah, so obviously I need to set up like an ore industry or a agricultural and forestry industry at some point, which you could totally do. You know, I just haven't done that yet. So I've got every factory that I can build. Basically, we have those two, and then the bakery, which is the other unique factory. So we've got the bakery, animal products, crops, and flowers. So that's obviously just reliant on the agricultural sector. Then we have the clothing factory, which is animal products, crops, and plastics. And then petroleum and plastics. So this is the unique oil factory, and this is a unique hybrid if you have oil and agriculture. So we have everything we could have. But yeah, I like the idea of doing the post facility, the sorting facility. That's a post sorting facility. Large trucks collect the mail from local post offices and take it to the post sorting facilities. The mail is sorted into the batches for delivery to the addresses locally. So does that use the cargo terminal and stuff at all? Post sorting facility might be nice here. Try that. Something like that, and then this could all be industry as well. Tons of factories, jobs for all. Sorry, I go really quiet when I'm doing that. Don't need to loop. Room for more unique factories. Maybe put the sorting facility on its own road, just because it attracts a lot of postal traffic. Oh yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, you're probably right with that. Hmm. It would fit right in between there. It's just snapping for some reason. You just move it when I pop it down, but somewhere even like there, because it's the first thing off the main road and then they go back out. Might that be okay? I don't really see a problem with that. They do have to make one turn as they come in. So they'll be coming in down here, turning, and then turning again. Now, in the future, it's just not right now. Maybe, like, I want to connect this up here, but I have to build across the rail tracks. It's going to be a bit of effort. I'll probably do that on my own. Just because I want to get moving with this. I'm thinking there. I was trying to think if it'd be better on the other side. I don't think so. I mean, maybe here. It's really close to the cargo terminals and stuff, actually. So maybe there, actually, yeah. That'd be better. Oh, I can't seem to move it. There we go. Yeah, I know it's a link road, but I still think people will just come in, dump their stuff, and get out. I don't think it'll cause too much problems. Maybe it will, but... Yeah, zoom out and see the progress? Absolutely. So, just pop out here. This is what we got so far. So, effectively, here's what's going on. We have a metro line, right? This comes from the underground city. The metro line runs parallel to this main road. This gets a bit squiggly, and then it goes down here into this passenger terminal, right? So this is a metro line on the left, and it is a regular rail line on the right. The regular rail line goes underneath a tunnel and joins back out on the main rail line that goes around the city, and eventually loops all the way around into the central train station over there. So this central train station comes along, passes by this worker area, passes by this commercial area here in its own passenger stop. So I should say that the worker area is both a passenger stop and a cargo stop. That is just a passenger stop. Then again, we have a passenger stop here, but it forks just before it comes out. If you want to continue on to deliver cargo, you can join another fork to deliver cargo into the cargo train terminal, or you can loop all the way around to get to the ferry terminal, which has a baked-in train line. That's that. The main road in is going to be this one right now, although there will be another opening, but at the moment there is one way in, so that's rough. But there is 3 ways in terms of transport: metro, train, and there will be ferry, plus you'll be able to get a bus if you live around. You already can get the bus here, so there's some hope yet. And I'd like to have like a bridge crossing over to get across and things across the metro line. So this main road takes you down to this fork here, which is where we have our industry main building. That's for the oil industry. Take a left, we have our 2 oil factories, so power plants. We then have our unique factory doing, I think this one's doing clothing. And then this one is doing, I can't remember, plastic. There we go. So that's that. We have some car park space behind them. And then we've now room for zoned industry here. Leaving this place blank and this place blank for now. We can scale it with more things as time goes on. But what we, well, actually I say leaving it blank. What we need to add in is oil industry specific buildings. So we're going to be making oil at all these places, but what we want then is petroleum refinement and storage. So those are the things left to put in, and then we're done. So we also need a storage building generally as well. So I would say a good storage location would probably be here. Large crude oil tank right at the back of the oil power plant. Seems to make sense to me. I would have a few of those probably down on the coast, like this. Just shift it a bit more. is a shame about the height differences. Alright, and then... Sorry, within the loop could work, and then the waste management could be in the spot to the right of the passenger train station. Within the loop could work, and then the waste management could be in the spot to the right of the passenger train station. Oh yeah, possibly, yeah. Yeah, so this is all just going to go. That's just temporary. We just had that road there for a moment, but this is all, consider it all blank. You're right, yeah, this could be... Well, within the loop, it's either one or the other, right? You either build it here, or you build it within the loop. I was just thinking it could go down the loop because we've got room for stuff down there. Yeah, no, I haven't forgotten oil industry buildings. That's what we're building. So I just got some storage there now. So what else do we need? So there's the crude oil storage cavern. A fenced field with pumping station and other equipment that is used to pump oil. There's just storage for oil. Is it capacity 400,000? Yeah. All good, yeah. Okay, thanks. Let's see. Crude oil storage cavern. This one actually looks really small. Could be kind of cool just to put them together, though. 400,000. This holds 600,000. 400 water and 160 power. 320 water, 800 power. Upkeep is 64. Upkeep is 128. What about this? Oil industrial storage. 500,000. Again, small building. Kind of want to make use of everything if I can. But the more important ones would be the refinement into plastics, right? So oil, that's just straight up oil to plastic. Alright, I thought it had to go into petroleum first. Don't know why. Oil, oh, it goes into either. Okay. Naphtha cracker plant. Test out what that would be like. Sorry, turn off Anarchy. I'm not meaning to use it. So that was for plastics. This one could then be for... Oh my god, it's tiny. Waste oil refinement. 90 workplaces. And that just makes petroleum. This makes petroleum 2,000 units per week. This is 4,000 units per week. 400 per week upkeep. It's better for upkeep. What about water and electricity? 240 and 120. So it's definitely more expensive for power. What about space-wise? Space is about the same. I think we could maybe fit a little road up on the side here. How big was it? How many? It is a 4x3. Wow. Very small. Yeah, it's still there. Tell you what, move it to here then. I just like that because a lot of our storage is right on the coast. But we still need actually a few more extractor buildings. I said I'd put back in oil, but I haven't done that yet. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oil to plastics, and oil to petroleum. Okay. What do we got? This is all going to be zoned. Now, they're not oil industry buildings. They're just regular generic industry. We could have specific oil specialized buildings as well. The zoning is gone totally messed. Oh, that's because I moved this building, isn't it? So let's just pop that in naturally so it knows what's happening. And the zoning is still messed up. Damn. Just 1 second. If I just do this and bring it back, it might figure out. Yeah, there we go. So if we go to districts and we have a look at the regular districts, this will give us specialized oil, but I don't want it everywhere. Down here we'll cut it off. That's not the same as the actual oil industry. That's the oil industry. So the buildings that pop up here should look almost like these. Hey, DJ. Or Strubble. The stream's been going on for just about 4 hours. We're almost done though. We've finally gotten everything into place. Pretty much. Just putting in some of the final touches in buildings. So, I need to check. Excuse me, these oil industry buildings. This makes 5,600 units per week. So we're making about 16, 17,000 units. Now I'm not sure what the consumption rate of the petrochem plants are going to be. The naphtha cracker plant. Tells us the production rate, but I don't always... I feel like I can't really judge what the consumption rate is easily. Shape that a bit better. There we go. Okay. So now we've got 2 big oil storage things there, another one there. Just set to balanced. We have our naphtha cracker plant, so that's oil into plastics. Oil into petroleum. So we need more of both of those, really. My general idea for that is to do a similar road like this, kind of coming out at this angle, and then link it across. For the most heinous junction in the world. Oof, it's not like that. Interesting. What else could we do with that? Could just put some generic industry in there. You could bring a road straight through it. And maybe turn off the zoning here. That gives us a nice, pretty straight grid there. Maybe turn off the zoning on this side as well. And these could be like oil buildings. So they should look pretty good. Okay. Because it's in the district, right? Alright. I'd say I'll just might leave it at that. And let this run, let this build, see what else we can add in later, see what's needed. I'm sure I need more oil extraction buildings just generally. I do plan on having a few out here. Or maybe even just like cordon off an area with some fences and stuff and just have like dedicated oil here. That'd be kind of cool. So it's going to need some power. Power is going to be coming from the power plants. What about water? Yes, it's a bit messy, so we'll have to cut all this off. Do you really have such... already have storage for plastic? Oh yeah, good point. I don't have any regular storage. Warehouses. You need just regular warehouses. I guess somewhere down by the docks is where you'd want those storage buildings to be, right? So we have large warehouse. You can actually have a warehouse that has a built-in train track, which is this one. Let's try the medium-sized warehouse facing this way. Again, that's our post-sorting facility. This could be... well, we need petroleum storage and plastic. I don't know if we need it, because they just ship it into these places anyway. I don't really know if you really do need it, but I guess why not throw it in there. I was gonna just bring this a little further down if I could. Just right on the edge of crossing over that that street. Of course, we can just pave in a little bit of terrain here so we just don't see it. And I'll go around and put a lot more details in. Like, I'll grab containers, barrels, all those kind of cool industrial things and place them around. That kind of thing can just take a while. Definitely want to do that. The terrain is still a little misshapen, though. Have a nice evening. See you later, Jerry. That key is inside out. How do you know? How do you know that? Looks the same to me. I'm just going to pretend it's not, so we'll just leave that. That's fine. Right, 1 or 2 more storage buildings, and then that should be it. So we'll get some of these small ones. Back here. Again, they might move. What was that? That was going to be plastics. We need one for petroleum. To be honest, that should probably be the petroleum one, because we're dealing a lot more with that. This could be plastics. They can't be imported anyway. Just one bit of it's inverted. I probably just missed where it is. Forgot that we have this. It looks really weird actually now that it's out on the side like that. Oh yeah, it has to be for that, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I might shift that so it's along this road. But for now, I'll just leave it. It's okay. Just want to let time play. So let's just delete this water. We'll put down fresh water. A fresh water system, and then we got to put down the waste, and then that's it. Good night, AK. See you later, man. Hi, Anil. Been watching your vids from a long time. First time watching streams. They're good walkthrough vids you make. Thank you. And welcome. Thanks for being here. Okay. Right, so these 3 waste facilities. I would say, yeah, build it inside. Well, it is tempting to put it on this side like you said before. Don't know what we're going to do with that cliff and how... I kind of like it, actually, but it might change a bit. Yeah, I'm going to see if we can just build it inside this loop. I'll micro them and move them around and make it look better in future, but something like this. That's a 4-lane road. It doesn't really need to be. The shore looks a lot more structured now. Nice. Yeah, I'm happy. It's coming together. It's not done yet, but it is coming together. Does not even make any sense. 4 lanes turning it to 2. Because this area might grow, you know, so I feel like we'll have more of these in the future. Oh, is this the bit that you thought was inverted? Maybe. Could be. Alright, so yeah, let's just hook that up now with pipes. And I guess we'll just bring it out to the water, the road. All right. All right, pretty much done. Is that it? I think that's water. They have power. I guess they need to be connected somewhere. Okay. And just delete all this crap now. City Planner Plays would be impressed. No, I don't think he would. I think a warehouse yard is best for the area near the ports. Yeah, I think you're probably right that a kind of an area where there's tons of containers, lots of storage buildings, but I worried about piling too much traffic onto one thing. So I kind of want to let time play, feel it out, and then start moving things a little bit around just to see how everything goes. But I'm happy with the shape of the coast, you know, the general placement of those buildings in there, the road layout generally as well. I think that's none of it's going to change. The passenger terminal, none of that's going to change, I don't think now. It's more just adding details and then just feeling out the logistics of specific things. What's this? Oh, it's the car park. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was temporary. Put one there, actually. That'd be weird. It's a bit weird. Still need to put in trees and things. That makes such a difference when you've got a few trees in. So that's power hooked up, right? Power is connected. All those buildings are connected except for here. Alright, I think we can just let time play and see what the hell happens. So, oh, actually, the metro line needs to be updated. So drag a stop to update it. That work? I think that worked. And then it's, well, I don't know. Yeah, just gonna have to redo it, I think. Okay. Shoreline. Let's just get rid of that. Build it again. So basically, starting on the far side, going past Butler, and then into Shoreline. And then back. Okay. Simple as that. Make that yellow again. Alright. Shoreline. Then the regular train line needs to be adjusted as well. I'm just gonna have to... I don't know how to fix things when it gets that broken, because it seems like it... I don't know, it just won't slot into the slot properly, so I'll just redo it. Yeah, easier to redo the line indeed. Okay, so creating a new line. Train line. Create new line. To here. Crown Farms, then Franklin Heights, and then on to... thing. I was thinking of building a station somewhere here. In the future. Or like maybe just here. Alright, and then we come back. $240 on the passenger train. Yeah, I never changed it. I don't need to change it right now. We'll see how it does. It never filled up before. Okay, let's let time play. Unemployment went from 1% to 7% now. So it might be actually overkill with the amount that we've zoned. Possibly. I'll get rid of this bit just first. Alright, we have a train rolling out straight away. Love to see it. And are people working on the rigs? Half of them are. They're looking for their goods. We should see, yeah, refined oil company, little oil company buildings popping up around here. But out further, these are more just general factories. We'll follow this, see what kind of trip it makes, see if anyone gets on. 15th of December 2050. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Hey, it's Christmas Day. Oh my god, loads of people are heading into the city. Uh-oh, we got problems. Something's not connected in terms of the waste treatment, I think. Although it's going away, maybe it is. Yeah, something's wrong. Okay. Ooh. Oh, some of the water blew over. That's why. Yeah, just have to wait for that to kind of dissipate. It shouldn't come over the edge. It was just while we were building, so there's just water floating around that I think turned the buildings offline for a moment there. And this isn't connected as well. That's part of it. There we go. We're back online. In fact, let's keep this on. Now we can see. Garbage processing status. Very low. Why is that so low? I haven't had to go that low in a long time. Oh, the water's just like blowing over. Find a way back to the coast. Oh yeah, there's the wave. You can actually see it just slightly. It's kind of pushing out now. Hey, we have the first cargo ships arriving actually, which is cool. Never had them come in before. Yeah, garbage processing is like really bad. What's going on? Incineration. Oh, I think the incineration plants were destroyed as well, and I forgot to put them back. Yeah, we had 2 of these. They're burning garbage down by the docks, basically, creating pollution on the ground. So yeah, we'll put these back in. Again, I'll just pop them. I'll just put them here lazily for now. We'll decide to move them later, but I forgot that's part of why that happened. So it obviously has to. It generates power, but it's dependent on receiving garbage. Hey, there we go. Our first shipment's been made. So look at all that mail that's just come in. Tons of mail. There we go. You remove the crosswalks from busy junctions. Yeah, well, again, I normally do that kind of thing when I see it getting busy, rather than beforehand. And I don't even think we need traffic lights in a lot of these places. I'm sure we will eventually, but right now, probably not. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to track what those trucks have to do, right? So the trucks come in from here, they deliver post in, and then they just go on and loop around. So again, creating a connection here would mean that they would just come in, deliver, and go back straight out. So that'd be kind of nice. Might do that. Let's have a look at how many people are arriving. Already 174 people were serviced this way. 65 passengers on that. And the shoreline one, 285. 111 coming out of the city right now. Guessing a lot of them get off at Butler. That's cut off from power as well. Have to fix that. Oh my god, have this issue again. Constant trees popping in. I forgot, people had asked me to build a pedestrian crossing here. I haven't gotten to that yet. Or not a pedestrian crossing, like a bridge, some way to get over without having to cross the road. Because at the moment they just use this, which is fine, I guess, but... something else, it's the buses that go this way. Ah, the bus stop is right there. Could move it just a bit further down. Why can't I, Oh, that's why. There we go. Honestly, should probably just deliver people further down there and come turn around or something. I moved the wrong stop. This one. So if that went down there, what would happen? Oh, the turn to get out is pain. Let's just let them do that for now. And we'll keep this one here. Nice to see it kind of getting busy. The AliExpress boat was just there, I guess. You should be able to put a traffic light in that crossing in front of the metro station. Oh, that one over there? Yeah, people have said this to me before. They're like, why don't you just put traffic lights on the crossings? I don't know how to do that. Oh, there we go. It was the regular crossings that I guess I couldn't do it on. You can put on everything, right? But not on the crossing specifically. But yeah, that's great. That's a great tip. People just wait and then cross over in bulk. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'd seen people say that before, and when I tried it on the generic, on junctions, I guess it wasn't working. I've been meaning to do this for a while, actually. They need a 5th vehicle, and then the Butler buses need, like, way more than they have. I think they got 1. They have hundreds of people waiting, so you're going to need, like, 5, probably. That should smoothen transport out down there. Alright, so yeah, ferries is another method of transport that we have to do. For the ferry building, then we need to create a ferry path, don't we? But we don't actually have a commuter... Oh, we do! The commuter thing is over there, actually, a ferry pier. But we'd have to build another one somewhere over here so people can get the ferry over. Do that in the future. Alright, we've not enough workers. Not enough workers. Can you believe it? We're back over 42,000, by the way, which is good. I really like I think this place is coming along really nicely. Just needs some detail, you know? It just needs a few little trees here and there. It needs some of those containers. A few accoutrements. Probably want to adjust the speed on some of these roads as well. They typically go quite slow. Let's say 70 maybe. I would say no parking please, either side. Keep that road clear. You're definitely going to want a traffic light. This is pretty good. It's one of the most helpful things. Yeah, it's awesome. I'll definitely be doing that in a lot more places now, for sure. Alright, the thing I'm most curious about is really people commuting. It does take a while. I've noticed it could take like several weeks in game before you really notice people like getting on the right transport and stuff. So Shoreline's getting a bit busier. Only 14 people. Is this the end station? No. This one. This is the one that we care about. So there's 64 people using it to go home, which is great. 36 people are going to arrive there to go to work. Awesome. 64 is staying on. It's a cool building. Combining the metro and the trains together like that. And then we can see our cargo trains going a different route, which is good. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. So far, it's all seems to be working just fine. What about traffic, eh? So yeah, this is going to be a hotspot. This is where people are coming in all the time. Might create a sort of a just turn right here, slipway, right? That might make sense. It's like, look, if you just want to, if you're just heading straight into the industry from here, you just cut straight in. Don't worry about it. That would probably alleviate some of the traffic. Time traffic lights would help a lot as well. And lane connections. Lane connections often are smoothing things out big time. Although it seems to be already doing what I want. Oh, sorry, don't do that. Yeah, cut that one. Right, so if you're taking a left or you're going straight, that's fine. You guys go right or straight. You guys go straight or left. And this just means that the guy that's going left here is going into this lane rather than going into this one. Because in the default game, they could kind of cross paths a bit more. So I'm not making massive changes really with that. It just slightly helps things. Just slightly. And they can go wherever. So you kind of get a smoother flow. People will interrupt each other every now and then. That can't stop people interrupting each other unless you use time traffic lights. Because for some reason, in-game, when the traffic lights go green, it's almost like everybody can just go. That's the way it feels. I guess it's saying like this side can go and that side can go. But obviously if they're both going the same way, they're crossing over or whatever. But it's a bit better. 75, yeah, happy enough with that. Train's busy. Oh my god, why is there so many trains? There's obviously some glitch here. They're just making trains over and over again. What's going on with that? Where are they all going? Transporting cargo. Well, that's fine. Transporting passengers to San Rico. It's going nowhere. Going off map. Dude, it's totally busted, right? It's just constantly making trains. Allow intercity trains. How about no? That should fix it. Why is there so many though? They're all going places with nobody in them. Ah, these are going to get abandoned too. We zone too much. There's not even enough people to work these jobs. Unemployment 2%. Abandoned buildings. So that's great. I mean, it means that this is why we need a much bigger expansion out here now. And we did add in one earlier that I actually didn't get rid of. All these people. So we actually added more people to the city and still way too many. Or, yeah, way too many job opportunities. What about the actual industry though? So what's our situation? So we're making 51 barrels of oil. We're consuming 19 for petroleum. Consuming 14 for plastic, so obviously we still have way more barrels of oil than we need, which is great. 587 out of 905 workers, so this place has lots of room to grow, I think. What kind of people work out here? We have 25 highly educated out of 8 that are needed, so we have actually too much high education, which is great. It means that as we expand out this way with more residential, we're going to get fresh recruits in with low education. And they should start to take up all those jobs. Because at the moment, I don't know how to fix it, but I've got just too many people that are overqualified. Look at this. 832 highly educated people are working here when only 100 need to be. But I don't have enough well-educated. So that middle tier, it's like too many people are going to university. But I need them to go to high school. So I think we just need more people. So that we max out the university. Where is it? Once this gets to like 4,000, it's like, look, that's full. So now there's only people that can graduate high school, and that will fill up those other tiers. Can't really do it with policies, right? You can tell people not to get educated, but you can't tell people to only get a little educated, I think. We're doing 72 en route. That's what I like to see. On the metro station. Let's follow them and see where they go. I'm guessing everywhere. I wonder if they just cross straight over to the train line. Working at your clothing factory, Willow Green. Let's go. She has places to be. She is a strong, confident woman. Just kind of curious to see how they get there. So the clothing factory's over there. Could create a little pathway maybe that just cuts straight across so you don't have to walk around that car park. Poor Willow Green. Works at Pernod Apparel. Brand new factory. I like to think she runs the place. I don't know why, she just looks important. And she's standing outside. Straight away having a break. Cool. Yeah, I think that would make sense, a pathway here. Although this is really tight, but it could probably just squeeze in with Anarchy. And then we'll just shift it a bit. Let's avoid that end there, it's totally fine. I'll probably put a fence through that or something. I can't shorten that, it's part of the building. Move the building slightly. Yeah, a fence running along here would probably make it safe enough. Gonna go have dinner. In Bulgaria, it's way past that time. Yeah, what time is it for me? Yeah, it's 6:30. I'm gonna end this now in a moment as well. Just wanted to see how it was all working. Looks like everything's running just fine. These guys are bringing in the oil from the offshore drilling rigs. These guys are storing up their petroleum. Plastics are getting stored. Traffic doesn't seem too bad, although I feel like obviously there's places we can optimize it already. So even just cutting across straight here would prevent all of those cars doing what they just had to do, which is going around. And maybe just fix this. There you go. You could put certain rules in here, like that's one way, and this is one way. So just come out this way, just go forward that way, right? That would probably help. Yeah, that could actually work. I might do that, just see what happens. Although, I suppose it depends. Some of these transport vehicles actually do come in from the city, I suppose, so maybe I'll just leave it and see how it all shakes out. But one ways can help the flow of... Oh, hey, there we go. That's what I love to see. Train coming into the actual cargo terminal. Dropping off some... Wow, it just disappeared as well. Sometimes they back off, but I think when there's no more goods left, they just disappear. Yeah, people delivering in their post in that way. Cargo ship pulling away. Love it. Heading to Springfield. Cool. Much better, I think, than how it was before. It just needs more people, because we don't have enough people for all these jobs. And I like that we have like regular oil industry jobs down here, but it's next to like the petrol plant and stuff like that. So it definitely fits. It looks like it fits way more naturally, I think. More pathways and things like that. So details is what I'm going to do. I'll add that in. And then the next video, we'll see a time lapse of this area being built. People will never know it took 4 hours. And then they'll get to see all just the little details filling in as well. You guys will. So I think that's going to have to be it. Hey, Arsalan. I want to play City Skylines like yours. Which mods and graphics are you using? If you check the description of any of the videos I do for the game, it might be in the description of this video. I can't remember. But it's all there. I think it's in the description of this video. There's a link to the Steam Workshop with all the mods. And then there's even a video that shows you how to get it all looking and running the way mine does. So it's all out there. Hopefully you can find that. At least it's in the description of the videos. Type in what Darren plays, graphical settings, City Skylines, and that video should pop up for you. But in all the videos I do of just my regular playthrough, it's all included in there as well. Oh yeah, we added in the child healthcare center. I forgot about that. Got rid of the car park that was there. Now they all use these ones instead. Traffic downtown seems to be improved as well, generally. Yeah, that one busy road. I knew that would be a busy road. I don't know if I've actually done it, but I was toying with the idea of actually saying that you cannot drive a regular car on this road. So you have to walk if you want to get to the high school, the public library, or get off somewhere sooner than that. So doing that is just glitch this out. That always happens. My bad. You set new restrictions, those trams seem to freak out. Even though it has nothing to do with them. Now we've got loads of taxis operational around here too. 28 out of 32 and 30 out of 32. And they can only turn right when they come out. Love it. Yeah, working very well, I think. Very happy with it. Considering how jam-packed it became. Okay, last thing then. Just one last look. So traffic 76 feels good, man. Pretty good. I'm happy with that anyway. Anywhere over 75 is good. Even over 72 I would say is fine for the size of the city. And then the underground lines. 1,000 passengers. Yeah, shoreline's up to... Shoreline's climbing in terms of how many people are using these now. Probably do with only having 2 cars. Or 2 vehicles. And now we need to set up some ferry transports that bring people out. We can actually see them going off map, which is cool. Cargo transports. Not much cargo on them just yet. Take a while for our industry to produce a lot. And once these get filled up to balanced, then they start exporting. Oh, you were right about that. Those post trucks, man. Jeez. I think it's as soon as that shipment arrives, it's just so much post comes into the sorting facility. I wonder why, when they want to go back out to here, they don't just turn right. Why not? Is it because this is a 4-lane, so you couldn't cross over? Oh, that might be why. If you want to be on the inside to deliver, you have to be coming from this direction. Yeah. Yeah, it might be worth making that a one-way then, because there's very little need to go down that way if you can't really even turn right to access this. Yeah, so I'll keep an eye on how the traffic is flowing around these areas and adjust accordingly. I'm leaving these abandoned until more people move in, and then we can knock them down and build new industry there, and then we can build fresh buildings as well. A lot of these don't have how many workers they need, so that's gotta be it for this video and this episode today. Hope it was to your satisfaction. But I had fun. Took me a while to get the overall concept going, but once things are now in place, I think it's starting to look good, and when the detail comes, I think it'll look much more lived in and much more realistic, as it were. Did you consider putting the cargo terminal on its own pier? Might have been easier than bringing the train line all the way around. Too late now, but yeah, that could have been an idea. I didn't think of it. That could have been a good idea. So yeah, just have it jutting out as its own pier. Because I was saying that for a long time. I was like, how the flip do you bring a train line along the quay? But you've solved it. You probably don't do that. You probably turn this so that it's doing one of these jobs, right? That's the obvious thing. And then you have a canal coming in. Oh, that might be what the person meant when they said have a canal that comes in. That's probably what was meant. Well, it is the way it is now. It ain't changing. But maybe if we add on to it or something in the future. I plan on building fishing up on this side. So if there's any opportunity to kind of do that thing again, that would certainly make sense. Because I just couldn't think of how that building was supposed to function otherwise. But it works. It works. I'm happy with it now. I think it's fine. And the loop isn't super tight. I'm relatively okay with it. You do have to do a hell of a maneuver to get in there, though. So stuff just got delivered, presumably. Or did it get picked up? Oh, it's going over to the other one now. Wow, I never thought they'd hit both. I was going to say, I'm surprised nothing came out of here. Stuff is definitely got, well, it got loaded onto the ship that time. Cool. Another one coming in. I'm just curious now, just to see what happens to these. So you should be unloading. Oh, there's all the post fans. Why is there so much... Why is there so much post? And then they just looped around. They're not even... Dude, they just came out and went straight back in. Because I saw not everyone turned left when they came in here. Like this guy. Oh, he's... Okay, never mind. Maybe I missed it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, that's going to have to be it for today. I'll be back. Again, obviously, the next episode will be soon enough because I'll just be condensing this into a time-lapse and then building out a new residential district. And that's really going to be it. We'll talk through this area and do some of the details as well. It is a long stream, very long indeed. So that's going to have to be it for today. If you want to catch this later, it'll obviously be up as a VOD, so you can just skim through it and watch at your own pace as well. So I just want to say thanks for all the support. Appreciate people hanging out and giving me ideas and stuff, so I do appreciate it. And sorry if I missed your comments or questions, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, because it's difficult to focus on the game and actually make some progress while trying to read things, at least for me. It's really funny because even playing like a more fast action, fast-paced game, it's easier to read the chat than it is if you're forward planning things, I think. But it's fun. All right, that's going to have to be it. Thank you again, and I'll see you in the next one.